Welcome back. This is the infected. Let us start case 5. The end. Case 5. Beyond. Present events, past events, and truth that lies beyond. To the Inspector of the Akimbo Investigations Agency. Ma'am, this is Notrix writing. I arrived in London without... Ma'am, this is Notric writing. I arrived in London without incidents. It's after I arrived when the incidents started piling up. I almost got kicked out of the office for not being a staffer. I'm regretting not looking up more about this place before setting out. Thankfully, they decided to not kick me out of the building and threw me straight into a murder investigation instead. There was a murder at a circus located in a place called Trump Tower. The victim was the ringleader, and the suspects were none other than three of his employees. Everyone, from the victim to the suspects, were staffers. There was a clown, Julia Geller, the magician, Frederick Vernon, and the acrobat, Oz Aston, and the victim or ringleader, Jean Henry Houdin. In the end, the murderer turned out to be Julia Geller. None other than the clown, Julia Geller. She fooled everyone about her skill in order to remain at the circus, leading to her being assaulted by the ringleader. However, her reason for murdering the victim was because he was intending to sell the circus. For the true members of Trump Tower, the circus wasn't just a job. It was the only community they could belong to. After all, they're staffers. In London, the Bureau assigns threat ratings to all staffers, putting limits on how they can live their lives, and now I'm part of that very organization. I solved the case, yet I found that doubts start to grow larger in my mind. I plan to find out why I'm here exactly, and scout out my path forward. October 30th, 1960-something. Notric case. Inspector, it's been a while, but this is Notric writing to you. I'm sorry I haven't been able to write. Work has really been piling up around here. Most of my job involves handling the paperwork and reviewing documents, but the sergeant does take me to a few crime scenes now and again. Today I solved a crime at a rather interesting facility. Inspector, have you heard about creatures? They are the animals that have been murdered by Inspector, have you ever heard about creatures? They are the animals that have been mutated by phenomena. The facility we investigated was a place called Woods that tended to creatures. The CEO of the company was actually eaten by one of the creatures they kept there. Our suspects were the people who worked there: Vice President Layne Beck, mammal handler Kendrick Hawes, and the reptile handler Lisa Moko. The person who planned out the murder, Kendrick Hawes, the mammal specialist. He has the ability to control mammals, and that included humans as well. He used all the people of the facility like chess pieces, with checkmate being death of the victim. Everything to serve out the justice his dogma led him to believe was correct. During this case, I saw my colleagues in a new light. I also realized once more just how little I know of the people in my division. Everyone has a different central belief that drives them to do this job. Do you think there will come a day where I form one too? I should say that right. Everyone has a different central belief that drives them to this job. Do you think there will come a day where I form one too? November 25th, 1960-something. Notric case. Inspector, I've got a rather embarrassing news to write about this time. I made a huge mistake during today's case. This morning, they found a body at a mansion near the theater I wrote about before, and it was in a rather interesting state. The body had been cut in half, vertically. I don't believe you've see a body in such a state. The victim was a collector of staff, and it was that staff that killed him. We talked to the wife of the victim, L. Miller, and his good friend, William Montague. From that information we got from Montague, we located a staff merchant who goes by the name Zad Varing. In the end, the person who contributed the most to the victim's death was L. Miller, the victim's wife. She didn't know the triggers of the staff in the storage shed, leading to her accidentally activating one and killing the victim. The victim didn't tell his wife about his staff because Miss Miller wasn't interested in knowing. I don't really understand it, but it seems they figured it was a way that they could keep their marriage going. I made a lot of mistakes during this case, because of my dogmatic view of the world. A colleague of mine also almost got hurt. If I'd only kept my calm as usual, we would have been able to figure out a safer way to solve this case. Why did I let myself act out of impatience like that? Well, it might be because I can't stand the thought of anyone besides me having to suffer. December 10th, 1960-something, not your case. Inspector, I felt a pressing need to write you today. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'll actually send this letter, though. We solved another case today. I can't fill you in on the specifics, but I hope you'll understand. We went to another facility to investigate the crime. One of the people there died in the most mysterious of ways. The victim lived close to a white-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. There was also a child among our suspects. Our prime suspect turned out to be... What does this mean? Like, our prime suspect turned out to be the kid, but... Okay, well, it's the kid. As gruesome as it sounds, it was the kid, just as clueless as ever. I can't tell you how he did it, what he did, but he still has no idea what his actions led to back there. And now that I've figured out what he's done, he's going to pay with his life. I saved the world, though. I've discovered my purpose in this life, but I'm still not sure if it's the right thing to do or not. I hope there will become a day where I can properly explain all of this. But anyways, I've got documents to finish today, so I'll end my letter with this. By the time this letter arrives, it may already be the new year. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, ma'am. December 24th, 1960-something, not your case. Not your case. 221st N North N? I don't know. 221N, Dartford Road, London. From Ryanfield Akimbo of the Akimbo Detective Agency, December 18th, 1960-something. Notrick, I've gotten each and every one of your letters. Sorry I'm writing to back... Notrick, I've gotten each and every one of your letters. I'm sorry I'm only writing you back now. With each letter I get from you, I can see you're finding your footing out there, and I do believe you eventually find yourself. That's what I feared above all else. 10 years ago I found you at the scene of a murder. All that hair in front of your eyes looked absolutely stiffing. So I took my pen out of the pocket and put it out of the way just as a temporary fix. I never in my life thought you'd still be walking around with that thing stuck in your hair. You couldn't even read back then, but you figured out the case from the documents you saw. It was then I knew. Even though you're no staffer, I knew you were a special boy with superhuman abilities. After all, I knew someone else like you. I was afraid someone might use those abilities for no good, so I brought you in and raised you as my own. For 10 years, I wouldn't let you set foot in town, just so those abilities of yours wouldn't blossom. That's what I did, but then that man came to see me this Easter. Is this your first time? London Dartford Road, 1960-something, December 25th, 9 o'clock. Huh? Driving to work. Is this the first? Okay. Yes, sir. Is this your first time? Yeah, it is, but now that I'm actually doing it, it's easier than I thought. Well, it's easier than putting an excavator through a wall, but you still look a little nervous. That's not because of the driving. It's because of everything that happened yesterday. Why did I say all of that?
Ah, it's because of me.
Uh.
This is the wrong way.
I know. Ah, it's right there. The place we just passed was Trump Tower, right?
That's right. That was the first case you sold with us, huh?
Yeah, but they took the sign down.
That they did.
A while back, I took a stroll around the Miller residence with Detective Brian. Miss Miller doesn't live there anymore. There's a new owner.
Of course. I mean, after what happened there.
You're probably right.
Note, if you go straight right there, never mind, let's go another way.
Huh? Where is this parade coming from? Is this some sort of Christmas event going on right now?
Note, turn around. We're going to be late.
No, we've still got loads of time.
But it's good to get there early. So.
No more creature food! Ban it! Ban it all! Nonsense! I'm already having a hard enough time putting food on the table. How are we supposed to get by? Why pick Christmas to do all this? Are you going to take responsibility if my restaurant goes under? Is all this...
Note, turn the car around.
No, we still have time. Hold up a second. At least until these people pass. The man said he was the chief of investigations at the bureau and he knew everything there was to know. He knew about your abilities and about all the sins I committed in the past. I killed someone in London before. He held that over my head as a threat. He wanted to recruit you for the bureau. Either way, it was your wish to go to London someday, but I needed to tell you this. You may feel like this is a betrayal. If that's the case, I don't want you to forgive me. Notrick, I bet you've seen things you've never wanted to lay your eyes on. Still, there are things you have yet to see. Things you can't see from where you are now. Things beyond the fog.
Note. Mind if I break the silence?
Huh?
Aren't you consistent? Whenever I ask you to do something, there's always the response I get.
If you don't like it, phrase things. If you don't like it, phrase things so I can understand them after a single listen. And what was all that back there?
If you're concerned about something, ask away.
Is it that obvious?
Yes, very.
It's also confusing. The stuff that happened in the underground, what you set up on the roof, the letter I got from the inspector this morning, and all that we saw back there. I don't have a clear answer to any of it. Yet, if I think about who's lying or who's a culprit for a single moment, I have my answer.
I think that particular example only applies to you. But I know what you mean. In the end, there are problems in this world that don't have clear answers. In such cases, it's not about using your logic to find an answer. Instead, it's about making a choice.
A choice. A choice. Come to think of it, when the cabinet secretary let Doug away yesterday, I couldn't get a word out. I think I just couldn't bear the sight of Doug any longer. But now that I'm really thinking about it, not just with this case, but with all the others,
Well, out of all the things concerning you, I think I can give you a clear answer for one of them. Me too. Note.
Huh?
I feel the same way. That's the answer to number 2.
Number 2? Wait, what did I say before? You are quite consistent with yourself, Sergeant. Speaking in riddles even now. Saying whatever you want before disappearing. Where'd the surgeon run off to? There's only one way to the Man Affairs Division. She can be a little selfish with her actions at times, saying that and disappearing.
Are you lost?
I'm fine. I was just looking for a coworker who ditched me. Okay, good to hear. I, on the other hand, am lost. If it's alright with you, could I bother you for directions? I'm sorry, I'd love to help, but I only know my way around the investigations department. Perfect. That's exactly where I'm going. Detective, if you could lead me away to the Manor Affairs Division, I would be quite grateful. Quite the gentleman too. You don't seem like you belong hanging about the barrow. That's a rather awkward compliment to be getting. Right, you said your co-worker ditched you. Yes, what has that happened before? Now that you mentioned it, yes, the same thing happened my very first day here. I bet she's using a secret passageway. There are quite a number of them in this building. In fact, there are quite a few locations here that aren't on any floor plan. After you work here for a time, you'll find that you start knowing a few things. If you happen to have a knack of exploring, you may come to know even more than that. Actually, that rooftop balcony wasn't on the floor plan either. You know more than I thought about this building. How do you not know your way to investigations? I've been working elsewhere these days. I haven't been this way for around 2 years or so. I think it's quite reasonable for me to lose my way. Does that mean he worked here before? Speaking of which, do you have identification? I'm not suspecting you or anything, it's just that I've got another coworker who may point her gun at you if you don't have any. I guess Athena hasn't changed then. I figured she'd have fixed that by now. Oh, you know Detective Athena? Let's just say I won't be needing identification. They all know me. The gun will be pointed all the same though. No use complicating things. Excuse me? The sergeant. You're late, Nut. You just sort of disappeared, so I came to find you. You're the one who disappeared. But more importantly, we have a visitor. Nut, you get over here this instant. Huh? Yet again, it's been a while. You shut your mouth. Why, after all this time? Why? Are you here to kill me? Or is it that you want me to kill you? Sergeant? Neither. I have no desire to come back this way. But what am I to do after being demoted? Demoted? That's right, I've been appointed the Detective Chief Inspector, head of all investigations on the ground floor. I look forward to working with you. What's that supposed to mean? Nonsense. You know I'm not the one for jokes. If you got questions, I would direct them towards the previous Detective Chief Inspector. Damn it! Note, wait here. And don't speak a word to this man. Sergeant, where are you going? Sorry, I'll explain everything when I return. Promise. For now, shall we head inside? Not one single thing has changed in here. This is the only room in the barrow that stinks of humans. Actually, they did take one thing down. It's too quiet to just be waiting around. I'd love a cup of tea. Do you think you could put the kettle on? Right, she said not to speak a word to me, huh? You listen better than I thought you might. Especially considering Sergeant Redfins is only half the investigator she used to be. Half? Did that get a reaction from you? Brian, are you in here? Why don't you respond to my calls? Detective Athena. No, have you seen Brian? I've been ringing him or more... Medon. It's been a while. It's been a while. You shouldn't be here. I'm not here because I want to be, but having to explain this to each and every one of you is giving me a headache. Medon, then that would make you John Medon, previously of this division. You spoke like you worked here 2 years before, and both Detective Athena and the Surgeon know you. Chief Medon, were you a detective at the Manor Affairs Division before? No. No? Then I was barking up the wrong tree. Still not bad. You got close. I'm Bernard Medon. John was my little brother.
Thus, when I was Chief Inspector of Operations, I was known to show my face around here. Until 2 years ago, that is.
2 years ago. That's the 2 years ago again.
What's on earth happened here then? Note.
Huh? Sergeant?
Note. Come quickly. Andy, what is it? Where are you?
The sergeant, she went to meet the chief.
Wait up, Note. Wait up, Note.
Detective Brian.
Huh? What are you doing here? Why are you just standing there?
Sergeant?
Note.
Oh.
The chief's dead.
What?
Here's a report. On December 25th at 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder reported at London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name? Pim Burt, former Detective Chief Inspector. The suspects? The members of the Manor Fair Division.
What? Case 5. Beyond. Manor Affairs Division, 1960-something, December 25th, 6 o'clock. Would you please have a seat? Would you please have a seat? You're distracting me.
How am I supposed to just sit here? I feel like I've already been locked in here half a day. Can't be helped. We're the suspects now. From the state of the chief's body, I'd say he died sometime between evening and midnight last night. That's around when we met with him. He had his brief conversation with Note in the hall. Then after that, he called me, Thena and Brian into his office in that order. If this was a murder, and there are no other suspects, it's obvious that suspicions would fall on us.
I've been investigating a number of murders, but I never thought I'd be directly involved in one. So, this is what it feels like to be on the other side of a murder investigation. This doesn't feel like the world I've been living in. It feels like I've been dropped somewhere else. What's going to happen to us?
Well, that falls on me to explain. Madam. First of all, case, you are innocent.
Huh? Well, you're not wrong, but how can you be so certain?
It's just as you said. You stopped by the upstairs balcony before heading straight out the door. I've had my eye on you ever since you left on the ground, so I can say that with certainty.
His keeping eye on me is a bit disconcerting, but, okay. The important thing is, then that clears the sergeant from this too. She left with me.
No, we can't say that for sure. What she was doing before her rendezvous with you on the balcony, she could have killed the victim before meeting up with you. That's impossible. Penny had no reason to kill the chief. That's impossible! Penny had no reason to kill the chief. Is that so? I don't know the man all too well, but I'm not hearing great reviews about his performance from those around him. Did you not say you wished you could get rid of him at times? That may have been slipped out. I may have meant it. You also got into an altercation with the victim yesterday, did you not? That makes you a prime suspect.
But I was the last one to see the chief. He was alive up to that point, so that doesn't clear that. Doesn't that clear Thena and Sarge?
We found the pieces of staff in the area. With those, it might have been possible to trick people about his death. Besides, there's a good possibility that whoever did the deed came back to the scene of the crime to do it. Then it could have been anyone. Well, you are our primary suspects.
But there's no way to say for certain that another safer wasn't involved. However, this isn't about finding the culprit after all. This case is over. What? Our answer is clear. You're the only ones who've got in charge of investigations, and we can't let the suspects carry out the investigation. We can't exactly let the police inside the barrier, and it would be rather inefficient to bring in another department. So I'll ask my questions and we'll wrap this up. That goes for the case. And the Man Affairs Division. What's that supposed to mean? You're being dismissed, all of you. What? What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? It's not sudden at all. The whole department is inefficient here. We held a meeting and unanimously voted to dismantle your department. This can't be, catching us off guard like this. No, can't end like this.
Yet again, you're burying us, just like you did 2 years ago.
If you are that curious about finding out the truth, I wouldn't stop you from investigating. It should be rather simple for you now. All you need to do is lay one finger on the chief's body. Look here, you know about that? What does he mean by lay one finger on the body? Oh, you didn't know, I thought you two were close. Though I do understand why she wouldn't tell you.
You're forcing my hand. Originally, I was going to pick the proper time and place to explain everything.
Sergeant?
Note, here you go.
This is...
my burial file. You can see the details at the bottom there, right?
Unable to obtain visual information from inanimate objects? Then you're saying that when you use your skill on living beings, you can see everything that happened too.
Not every living thing. There are some I can't get visuals from. Obviously, I can't get it from plants since they don't have eyes, and things get blurry with most animals since their senses are different from ours. But when I use my skills on a human body with senses exactly like mine, I got a nearly complete visual record from them.
If that's the case, she could have solved all these cases in a heartbeat. Until 2 years ago, Sarge took a lead on most investigations and solved them herself. Finn and I were just there for support. Exactly, up until 2 years ago. But wow,
who knew that one little case would you make it to where you could never touch another person?
Shut it. Why are you even talking?
It's okay. Madden, I don't know why your girl is all of this, but I'm not gullible enough to fall for another one of your childish Madden, I don't know what your goal is in all this, but I'm not gullible enough to fall for all of your childish provocations. He's right. I can't touch any bodies anymore. I thought I was fine again, but seeing the chief's body right here, right in front of me, my pathetic hands just won't let me move. Plus, even if I did succeed in reading the memories from his body, our suspect's word would have no bearing on an investigation. But it's fine. After all, it won't be me solving this case.
Pardon?
Note, hold on to my bureau file for me. You'll need it during your investigation.
Sergeant.
Note, you're the only one of us who's been cleared for this crime. This case is yours to serve.
You think I'll stand for this?
Didn't you just say exactly that? You said if we were curious about the truth, you wouldn't stop us.
Didn't you really take such a pathetic humor seriously? Even if he's not a suspect, he's too close to you, he's too close to you three. You're expecting me to leave this case in his hands? I'll allow it. Was that the Cabinet Secretary's voice? Cabinet Secretary, isn't this matter settled already? I settle the matters here. You have no reason to deny, my boy, Madden. This is the perfect opportunity to see our David's potential. Or perhaps you're hiding something.
No, sir. He'll start at once. He's getting ahead of himself.
Alright.
Allow you to investigate, but you've got only 1 hour. After that hour, consider this investigation closed. And you must keep your spork flip the whole time.
Alright.
Okay, note, we're all counting on you. They might even change their minds about closing our division if you do the well enough.
I'll try my best. In the end, it's just as I said. The day has come when the investigation is in your hands alone. But my god, I have no idea things would play out like this. Indeed, but note. Are you sure you'll be alright?
Huh?
In this case, even I could be the culprit. It could be Thena, or even Sarge herself. Honestly, I've been doubting every person in here since I stepped foot in his room. No matter how hard I refuse to believe this, every little bit of faith I have and you have all must but turn into suspicion. And if the truth you uncover is less than ideal for us, you should know what to do.
Hey, Brian, I've been suspecting you too. I suspect Detective Thena and the surgeon as well. Until this case comes to a close, I don't think those doubts will ever be erased. If this case were to be buried without my having uncovered the truth, I imagine we'd take those doubts straight to our graves. I have no idea what lies in store for us, but I hate the thought of that. Thus, I must get to the bottom of this case.
I can't help but believe what you're saying. Well, if you're going to take the case, you'll be needing this. Here's the Beru file on one of your prime suspects. I'm leaving it in your capable hands.
Thank you. I'll put it into good use. Aren't you forgetting something? Here. Detective Thena. You can't be leaving only me out, can you? Of course not. So this is how it feels to be in the presence of a David. I have no idea why you're going on about, but I'm sure you're chasing your tail with whatever it is. Note is special, and it's not just because of his talents. Talents aside, and without him being a staffer, Note is the most capable detective I've ever had the pleasure of working with him. Talents aside, without him being a staffer, Note is the most capable detective I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Well then, that makes him more dangerous.
Phenomena Bureau, London Branch, Office of the Chief of Investigations.
So this is the chief's office. I've walked by it, but this is my first time stepping inside. I've never thought these would be the circumstances of my first visit. Chief. I don't know where you're going, but I'm glad to see you off, Chief. Right. I guess this is goodbye. That was the last thing he said to me. Well, let's get started, I guess. I have to investigate the scene of the crime, but this time, with my own two hands. But what's that sound? Clue time! Chief, I hope you understand. My eye was already drawn to this part from far away, but it looks as though the fabric around his chest area is darker than the rest. But it doesn't look like something pushed through the fabric. Shall I get a closer look? What's this? A hole straight through his chest. On top of that, it looks like the area around the wound was cauterized by a flame of something. Is that why there's so little blood? It's a clean circle. It looks like a hollow tube cut out of a section of him. What on earth happened to the guy to leave him looking like this? Of course, I'm not able to make out footprints with my naked eye. Even if such things were visible, it would take a trained eye to see them. As expected, things are harder without Detective Brian. I should give up on checking out the floor. Did the chief keep an extra set of clothes here? I don't see anything special about them. Maybe I can turn out his pockets? Just a waste of time. Nothing. There's your clock. This is where the sound was coming from. Get an alarm set. I'd love to turn it off right now, this second, but I should check it out before I do. Besides displaying the time, it looks like it's also got a radio and an alarm function. Looks pretty expensive. He's got the alarm set for 8:30 p.m. and 9 o'clock p.m.? That makes the alarm going off the 9 o'clock one, I imagine. Good, now I can turn it off. That makes me feel a bit better. No, I'd hardly call this mood better. After all, I don't think this nagging feeling will go away until I solve this case.
all I've got to do is solve this case, and... if I do solve the case, will that make everything better? What am I thinking? I'm on the case. I don't have time to stand around. I should do what I can first. Huh? Is this flower pot really holding that? It's just that I suspect he's got the dried flower in here. This is from the case we solved about a month ago at the Miller residence. This is one of the pieces of stuff the victim had. Its skill allows people to create a replica of themselves and pluck a petal off the flower. Detective Brian and I saw it in action firsthand. And the ball next to it?
The staff I saw was a yellow rubber ball. It was rolling around the storage area of my department store for a while. But then a mouse that was playing with it suddenly caught on fire. The top part of its body was burned to ashes, so it was dead as a doornail when we found it. Poor thing.
Chief is holding on to this staff. Is he a collector too? I can't believe he's storing such a dangerous item out in the open. The light is on the ceiling, making it hard to step into the ball shadow, but if you were to make the wrong move... come to think of it, Peter Miller had one more piece of his staff. Where did that one go? Looks like the chief left a note. I should see what he wrote. Thank you for the parting gift. I shall put them to good use. Don't forget that even though I'm going, I'll always be watching. This handwriting. Is it his? Let's finish reading first. Always watch what you say and think of me before you act. If you don't, I'll expose the truth about you. I still have the documents. If I ever have the need to order you around again, you'd be sure you're there to lend a hand. Is this a threat? I figured it was a suicide note from the first part of it, but I don't think this guy could have resorted to that. Just guessing from this contents, but it looks like the chief has been threatening someone for some time now. It seems like he was about to pass on another threatening message. I can't be sure yet if this is related to the case, but it could have something to do with the killer's motive. On close look, I see the yellow remnants of the previous page. Did he rip that one off and store it somewhere? Unfortunate, if the surgeon were here, she could recreate the previous message too. Oh well, though, she'd probably say something stupid like, what do you think of this note? Notebook. Ah, that's what she was getting at with the notebook bit. To have such a large painting hanging in his office. Was the chief wealthier than I might have imagined? Never mind, on closer inspection it doesn't look like an expensive work. There are a few smudge sections here and there, the colors seem off. Huh? This picture wasn't painted on canvas. It looks like it was painted on another type of thin cloth. In fact, the fabric's so thin I can see through it. What is art anyway? Huh? There's a hole in the wall under the painting. No way, is this a bullet hole? Well, if it's a bullet we're talking about, I can only think of one person who could have made it. If I organize what I found so far, I guess that'll do. I think I've checked out everything I can. Normally someone else would have said that. Feels sort of lonely. Normally someone else would have said that. Feels sort of lonely. Still, I did find something. There's one thing I can tell from what happened I've investigated so far. I know what our Martin weapon was. That's all I can say for sure. Got to connect the pieces of evidence that tell me that. What? Can I move this here? No. I like these photos they have. It's nice. Like, even though she's taking this photo, she's like smiling. It's kind of It's kind of scary a bit, isn't it? Is it not? Hold on. Maybe I mispressed. No. Okay. I don't know it would be that. The chief's body shows evidence of only one wound, the scorched hole in the center of his chest. It's clear that this was the fatal wound that led to his death. On top of that, there's a piece of staff in the room, able to light things on fire, turning them to ash. That, of course, is the yellow rubber ball. That rubber ball was procured at the Miller residence, and that woman who sold the ball was very clear. The mouse that stepped into the shadow of that ball was burned to ashes. This piece of staff has the skill to turn an object to ash, and it triggers something coming into its shadow. That's what I know thus far. The shadow of the ball must have been centered on the chief's chest. That's how he got that wound. It's weird that there's no hole in his shirt. But now that I'm really looking at it, there are no burns on the wall or floor either. It seems that this ball only burns living tissue. When you consider that the mouse was burned to ash while the floor was unscathed, then that explains why the shirt is fine, but the tissue within was burned straight through. I'm sure of it, the murder weapon was this piece of staff. And that's it, I can't say anything else for sure. No matter how this goes, I'm just not going to be able to solve a Phenomana case alone.
What? Where'd the boisterous bloke from before go?
You finished investigating the scene of the crime in 10 minutes. Even going as far as to name the murder weapon, you've still got plenty of time, so how about giving it another go? I've already given it enough thought. There's nothing else I can figure out by looking over the crime scene. Of course, time to think isn't really a problem with you.
Then how about getting statements from your suspects?
My suspects? Statements from all of you, but I don't really feel comfortable questioning my colleagues like that.
You might even be able to clear one of us out using your statements, and if you make good use of them, they might even help you with your investigation.
Huh. Of course, I see what the surgeon is getting at.
Alright, let's do it. Leave the statements... Alright, let's do it. Alright, let's do it. Leave the statements to me. You can write down what... You can write down what everyone says, but... leave out the abnormal heartbeat part. What? Why are you so surprised? You're a suspect. Did you think your abnormal heartbeats would have any bearings on this case? I mean, he is right. That's just how things stand right now.
Well then, we should get started on the statements. We should each talk about the events that played out from when we met the chief last night all the way up to this morning. Note, who would you like to hear from first? Bum. Speech select. Bum. Start with the Sarge. Speech review. Wait, didn't we just have this?
It was a little after 7:30 p.m. when I entered the chief's office. The chief blathered about meaningless things that had nothing to do with work. I admit I stopped paying attention in the middle, but I must say it was rather odd. He wasn't the type of person who liked to discuss private affairs. It felt like the talk of a man about to leave. At least that's what I felt at the time. I left the room and told Thena to head up right after. I didn't go back to the room after that. I just put a few documents away in my car and headed up to the roof. And well, you know the rest.
I was up there, then we left together. When I talked with the chief, I had the same feeling that he was talking like someone about to leave. Today, Chief Medin was coming in and take over as Detective Chief Inspector, so where was our old chief headed? Oh, okay. We don't get to choose.
when Pandy told me the chief wanted to see me, I headed up. It was around 8 o'clock p.m. And then the chief told me I have a seat. Right when I did, he started talking about, not about work, but like he was reciting some strange philosophical view over the world, and it rubbed me the wrong way. So I wanted to give him a little scare. But then he froze up and called security. That's why I don't have my gun on me. They confiscated it. Then he kicked me out of his office. That's it, my statement.
I feel like I said that weird.
But then he froze up and called security.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's it. That's my statement.
There was a part of Detective Thena's statement where it felt like she skipped over some important parts. Should I point them out later on? Oh, wait, no, okay, I guess I mispressed. Speech review! It was exactly 8:10 when I met the chief. He called me on my smoke. For some reason, he didn't look to be in the best of moods. He told me to remain standing, as what he wanted to say wouldn't take long. The content of his lecture consisted of rather inconsequential life advice. In truth, it was nothing but him tooting his own horn. I decided, somewhere in the middle of that, it wasn't worth my time, and walked out of the room. Yet, as horrible as the chief was, my behavior was unacceptable, and I couldn't let that go. That was why I headed straight to the chief's office this morning, and there I happened upon his body. For now, that's all I can remember.
Then Detective Brian was the last person to see the chief alive. Generally speaking, that makes him my prime suspect. I mean, I just can't imagine him doing such a thing, but I've got to leave emotions out of this. That's everyone's account of the night. Athena wrote out all their statements. But without the normal heartbeats, it's impossible for me to tell who's lying. Or telling the truth. I read that wrong, didn't I? But without the normal heartbeats, it's possible for me to without the abnormal heartbeats, it's impossible for me to foresee who's telling the truth. However, that doesn't mean I'm out of ways to acquire more information. If I can connect parts of the statement to clues I found at the crime scene, I might be able to get a better sense of what happened. Even the smallest details would help. Let's connect the statement with the clues I relate to them. Out of all the clues I found at the scene of the crime, I think I can tell who left one of them. Detective Thena, you only wanted to scare the chief, yet they took your gun. Uh-huh. So? So the gunshot hole left at the scene of the crime right here is... Yep, that's it. Huh? I told you I scared him a bit. Right. I fired a round off next to his face.
That's not a little scare. Are you in your right mind? That's not a little scare. Are you in your right mind?
You discharged a weapon. You discharged a weapon. But the chief, that tosser, he said it was goodbye. Then he kept going on about how I couldn't help it because I'm a staffer and all sorts about other granting remarks. He said Pandy and Brian never knew their place. And that it would be better to tell me since I spoke my mind.
Now that I think about it, he said pretty much the same thing to me.
So I got annoyed and couldn't help.
Still, firing your weapon was a step too far.
It's true that the security guards called in by the victim detained Thena yesterday, and that's indeed why they confiscated her weapon. Then they didn't let her go until 11 p.m. after the investigation of the incident was finished. Though she's still in no position to speak out considering the suspicions that follow her.
The Detective Thena.
Sorry, Nut, I made your job harder for you.
No, you actually did well.
Well then, thanks, I guess.
Note, it's not my place to say this, but if you keep egging her on like that, she won't break these bad habits of hers. I mean, I do agree that firing a shot was crossing the line, but as far as our case is concerned, I think we can say that yesterday's incident may actually turn out in Detective Thena's favor. In our favor? Detective Thena was detained until 11 in the evening. That means one of the items I found at the scene of the crime gains a new significance. Oh no, it's not. Okay. Huh? Oh, is it not that one as well? What? Well, it's one of these, because she got kicked out, then there's no way for her to be killed. I don't know. No. Electronic clock, maybe? I can't think of anything. Oh, okay, electronic clock. I'm sure all you know, right? There was an alarm going off at the scene of crime until just a few minutes ago. It was pretty loud in there. Was that an alarm going off? It was, and I do think it was an alarm set by the victim. And because the victim was already dead and the alarm went off, there was no one there to turn it off. And the alarm in question was set for 9 o'clock p.m. Ah!
I see, then Thena was lucky indeed. If the alarm was still ringing at 9 o'clock, I see.
If the chief wasn't able to turn off his 9 o'clock alarm, there's a high likelihood he died before that. But if Thena was under investigation until 11 o'clock, that's right, Detective Thena couldn't have killed the chief.
Oh, is that certain then?
We can't say that for sure. The chief could have stepped out of his office for a moment around 9.
No, the body was discovered inside his office. Even if he did step outside for a moment, he would have had to come back in before his death. If the alarm was still sounding, the chief would have turned it off then.
Yet, the alarm was going off at the scene of the crime until a few minutes ago. In other words, we can be certain that the victim died before 9 o'clock p.m.
Yay! Freedom! Yay! Freedom!
To think that discharging your weapon will lead you to perverting your innocence. This case is getting out of hand.
Come now, this is the very moment my outlook on life has been reaffirmed.
I have a feeling this incident may worsen her bad habits, and, that worries me. Logical. Well, first things first, this clears Detective Thena, right?
Sure, that leaves Redfins and Brian as possible subjects. We'll see about that.
The obvious consequence here is that faith in Detective Thena has been restored. So, that means Detective Thena is able to participate in the investigation now, right? Pardon?
Can I? Can I?
What are you even saying? Of course not. Why not?
Thena has close bonds with both suspects. I'm concerned she might lie on behalf of both Brian and Redfins.
The same goes for me. So why are you letting me carry out my investigation?
You see, the cabinet secretary...
Then the cabinet secretary has a particular reason for allowing me to investigate. Of course, he does. He's had eyes on me ever since I left the underground yesterday. I can't be sure what his particular reason might be, but it seems that the cabinet security still wants to keep that hidden. Then Medon. Damn, have I said too much? Oh well. Couldn't be helped. I guess he has no choice but to allow it.
Seems you've learned how to make threats now, too. I have nothing left to teach you.
Alright. I'll allow Athena to help with the investigation. She can't do anything but add where she detected the abnormal heartbeats anyways.
Oh, what was that? What was that?
Detective Athena, could you please add the abnormal heartbeats to the statements?
I guess he's got a point. Still, it's stupendous addition. Maybe for someone who already doesn't. Maybe for someone who doesn't already know your skill. How many abnormal heartbeats did you detect during their statements? 1. I did it when Brian talked about finding the body. 1. I did it when Brian talked about finding the body.
But he was talking about the body, so an abnormal heartbeat was given. In other words, it's still impossible to point out one particular part of the statements. These two know your skills better than anyone else. It's extremely likely they avoided making risky remarks. It's no wonder you didn't detect many abnormal heartbeats. It's, as he says, with just this one abnormal heartbeat, it's going to be hard to tell. It's, as he says, with just this one abnormal heartbeat, it's going to be hard to point out a lie in what the surgeon and Detective Brian said. However, the opposite is also a possibility.
Is that what's happening here?
Because I proved Detective Athena's innocence, I was able to add her investigative powers to my own. With the abnormal heartbeats added to the statements, if I can prove someone else's innocence. It was exactly 8:10 when I met the chief. He called me on my spoke. For some reason, he didn't look to be in the best of moods. He told me to remain standing, as he wanted to say it wouldn't take long. The contents of the lecture consisted of rather inconsistent advice, blah 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 blah. I don't actually need to talk about these. Maybe this one. No. What? No. Maybe this one? Because 8:10 is a precise time? No. Oh, this one. Instead of Brian, go to Redfin's. There we go. In the surgeon's statements, she said, I didn't go back in the room after that. We didn't detect any abnormal heartbeat in her statement. In other words, after her first time meeting the chief, she didn't see him again. And after that, surgeon had her sit down with the chief. He called in Detective Athena and Brian, one after the other. That means that after her final meeting with the chief was still alive. From this, we can prove the surgeon's innocence. So, are you going to ask her for me to include it in the investigation too? You know very well I am. Well, my word. I did believe allowing just one person, Athena, to join in would be alright. After all, it's hard to push back against his orders. Well, what can I say? If he wants me to peel back the layers, well, we might as well peel them all back. I'll let Redfins join you. Great.
That's rather unexpected. Because this is you we are talking about, I figured you'd nitpick about this, that, or the other.
Why would I do that? Why would I do that? It means nothing to me whether you catch the culprit or not. Well then, it seems that the only suspect you have left is Brian. He was the last to see the victim alive, and he knew well of the staff used to murder the murder the victim. Right. Isn't this about time you named your culprit? Ugh. Don't be ridiculous. This is Brian we're talking about. You really think he's capable of something like that? Your argument is stepped in motion. Maybe you'd better be suited for operations over investigations. This investigations isn't over. Once the sergeant carries out a memory survey of the crime scene, we'll turn over another clue. With that, we'll clear Detective Brian's name as well. Indeed. Yet, you may turn the charge back on the people you've already cleared for this. Finomara Bureau, London Branch, Office of the Chief of Investigations.
The chief. I honestly thought I might kill that man a few times.
Detective Thena, I believe refraining from making incriminating remarks would be a good call right now.
Just a thought, nothing more. However, it's not quite as pleasing sight as I thought it would be. Note, let's start our investigation.
Alright. Let's go.
I see the chief had an extra change of clothes.
When I checked it out before, there was nothing in the pockets.
Seems like that's a given. He hasn't worn this coat jacket in a month. Then it's just a spare, huh? Then how about the shoes down there? These shoes were worn just yesterday.
Don't people normally change jackets more often than shoes? That's not the case with slippers, but these all look like dress shoes. It's a bit odd.
It is indeed. Let's put the shoes on our report.
Sergeant, could you take a look at this notepad?
Sure, give it here.
Isn't there something you want to say?
What might that be?
Never mind.
This letter is threatening someone. Very much something the chief would do. There are also clear pen impressions from when the previous note was written. I can restore that when... I can restore what was written there with my skill. There was quite a lot of information written here. It's going to take some time. Tina, could you pull out that note over there? I think I should be moving some things around before I write all this out. Here you go. Note, what are you doing?
I'm just sorry. I found that thing and... Of course, can't teach an old dog new jokes. I suddenly wish I was the dead one.
Done. This here is a list of all the staff in the chief's possession. This here is a list of all the staff in chief's possession. Look here, we can see the rubber ball written down on its list. It's not that it burns the things in its shadow. It alters that light. It alters the light that it shines on it. Look here, we see the rubber ball written down on its list. It's not that it burns the things that it's in shadow. It alters the light that shines on it. He's got quite a lot of details written down here. He even wrote a precaution for that dead flower. He even wrote a precaution for the dried flower. It's a rather dumb precaution. What was he trying to use that thing for?
There's an entry for a piece of stuff we don't know of as well. It seems as though the chief has been carrying out his own research.
We had a person die due to unauthorized stuff in his collection, and now to see the chief collecting stuff. What a greedy man. Still, I think this document will help us during our investigation. We should be thankful you found it.
That document reminds me, there's also a music box among the staff procured from the Miller residence. I don't see it here though, so where is it?
I missed all these things. The incident at the mansion is still so vivid. Feels like it happened last week.
Though in truth, it hasn't been a month yet.
Pendy, are you going to investigate the rubber ball? What if it burns your hand off when you touch it? If it's the murder weapon, I have no choice. I should be fine as long as I don't move into its shadow.
Hold up one second. Right, you'll be fine if you come at it from this direction. Now, read its memories from here.
Thank you. Still, I wish you wouldn't put yourself in harm's way on my behalf.
I just put the investigation first is all. If you were to hurt your surgeon, we'd have a hard time with our investigation.
That's so.
Yes, that's exactly so.
What's going on? It seemed as though the rubber ball was originally wrapped in a cloth. That's how he passed it by it without knowing what it was when we came in here.
Is that because you are able to touch its shadow when it's wrapped in cloth?
Might be. After all, shadows are created by light. If you block it from the light, maybe its skill doesn't activate. No, besides that, what was the look you two shared a second ago? Was that what I think it is?
How about this dried flower? Has it been used?
This flower has a memory of a petal being plucked, but it seems to be from a number of days ago.
Well then, it seems unlikely to be related to the case. When the chief used it before, it seemed like it had a time limit.
Then let's hurry up and check something else out. We don't have much time. Damn you two! If it wasn't for the investigation, I'd keep pestering you two until you begged me to stop. Damn you two! If it wasn't for the investigation, I'd keep pestering you two until you begged me to stop.
I wasn't exactly trying to hide anything, but it would be good to focus on the investigation, no?
So this is the digital clock. I've got to thank it for clearing my name. It's got a memory of someone turning it off last night. I hear the chief's voice complaining about how loud it is, so it was probably him. What? But the alarm was already turned off a few minutes ago, wasn't it? I'm certain an alarm was going off when I reached the scene before. The clock also holds the memory of sounding for a long time after that.
The clock is programmed to go off twice, at 8:30 and 9.
I see. Then the memory I was reading must have been of the 8:30 alarm, and since it was the chief who turned off that one,
it means the chief was still alive at 8:30.
It's a painting of a Greek woman holding an earthen jar, and it's quite unpleasant. You think so?
It was painting on something rather unique. That paint was applied to an especially thin cloth-like material.
It was... Touching it only confirms the fact. That doesn't mean you should start seizoring the thing. That doesn't mean you should start caressing the things. What if it's expensive? It's okay, since it's for the investigation. Plus, it seems the chief touched it quite often too.
It carries the memory of that?
Yes, the memories show that he touched the jar part. In fact, it wasn't just touching. He pressed down quite hard. Does that mean something's stashed away behind it?
No, behind it is just an ordinary wall.
Right, I knew that. I had been surprised if that wasn't the case. I think we've checked everything worth checking.
Now it feels like a real investigation.
After everything, this is the most notable clue we've found, huh? The record of the 4 pieces of staff in the chief's possession. Right, all the staff the chief had in his possession could have been used during the crime. Perhaps there's a suspect besides us who could have done this. But the only staff left is this rubber ball and dried flower, no? On top of that, the dried flower has been used. But the only staff left is the rubber ball and dried flower, no? On top of that, the dried flower hasn't been used.
No, there are actually 3 pieces of staff here.
Huh? There's definitely one thing that stands out. Is that right?
I've got the list of staff and the items in question. Should I show Detective Tina? Okay, so once these records are completed, they should immediately be stored in a secret safe. Musical box. Trigger opening the musical box. Skill. Recording the events surrounding it before playing them back as an apparition-like video. Using its skill 5 days after the original recording, it causes it to record a new video. The illusion created by the skill is so elaborate that The illusion carried by the skill is so elaborate that it's indistinguishable from real life. Able to record up to 12 hours at the very least. Rubber ball. Trigger. Having light shown onto it. Skill, the light passing through the ball disintegrates organic material. This integration is accompanied by high temperatures. Inorganic materials are not disintegrated by light passing through the object. Dried flower. Trigger, plucking of petal. Skill, creates a replica of the person who plucked the petal. The flower user can issue real-time commands remotely. However, these commands are limited to body movements. After roughly 30 minutes, the replica vanishes on its own. Caution, the user and replica appear to share some sensations. There are also times when the user's emotions appear on the replica's face. But it's quite easy to discern which is the replica. Wrapping cloth. Trigger, stuck to a wall and pushed hard. Skill, able to pass through a single wall. In this case, wall refers to anything with enough density and mass. It does not change the properties of the wall, but instead distorts space itself. Among the 4 pieces of staff listed here, there's one we were unaware of.
The wrapping cloth. The wrapping cloth. Perhaps it's something the chief procured from another case or had in his possession beforehand.
Its trigger is being pushed hard and is able to let you pass through a single wall it's stuck to.
One of the items in this room contained a similar memory, yes? One of the items in this room contained a similar memory, yes? You mean the painting?
Yes, that's right. The painting is actually a wrapped in cloth, and it's our 4th piece of staff. The staff, like the others at the Miller residence, has been disguised as something else to prevent it from being seized. It certainly seems that way with this painting/cloth. After all, it's clear on closer look that it's painted on cloth, not paper or canvas.
I never thought you could hide something like this out in the open. You know what they say, you can't see the nose in front of your face sometimes. No one would go around touching a painting on display like this. Staff able to let you pass through a wall. Staff being able to let you pass through a wall. No way. I want to try it out, but it's too high for me to reach. Do you have a climb up on this desk? It's like you say, I just push right here, then I'll see whatever behind this.
Let me do it again.
If it's like you say, I just push right here, then I'll see whatever behind this.
Detective Thena, are you alright?
I hit my head. You're lucky you didn't go through the wall and fall straight out of the building. This place is smaller than I imagined. The painting looks so big.
Is there perhaps another way out there?
No, it's blocked in on all 4 sides. Oh, so there's only room in here for 1 person.
A space cut off from the rest of the building with no other passageways leading out. Then it wasn't possible for a culprit to escape through there.
Are there any items hidden there? It's too dark to see, but I don't think there's anything in here. It's completely empty. Then that can only be a space for someone to hide inside in case of an emergency.
Then it seems that the culprit was one of you lot who went in and out of the door.
Then just butt in whenever you feel like it. We're not done with our investigation.
No, you're done, Redfins. You're off the case. All of the documents you had in hand in creating will also be disposed of. What do you mean? You allowed her to join this investigation?
I did, but that was because it seemed impossible for Redfins to have committed the crime. But now the tide has turned. We have staff at the scene of the crime, and there's a chance that one of those pieces of staff was used at the crime. On top of that, the only person able to know about said staff was Redfins. The victim wrote out all the information he had on his staff and hid it away in a secret place. But none of you knew about the notes he hid away until Redfins used the skill, am I wrong? In other words, at the current juncture, the only person able to know the precise details of the staff and how to use it all to commit a crime is Redfins. I don't know if she was just trying to avoid bringing suspicion on herself, but restoring the information about the staff was a mistake.
But the sergeant didn't return to the scene of the crime after her last visit with the chief. And after that, Detective Thena and Brian both met with him.
He's right. The chief was brimming with He's right. He's right. The chief was brimming with life. He's right.
Oh my god.
He's right. The chief was brimming with life when I last saw him. But what if it wasn't really... But what if that really wasn't the victim?
Huh?
You're talking about the replica. I don't think the victim made a replica during his own murder.
It doesn't have to be a replica. For example, what about the staff in the shape of the musical box? I heard that it can create an elaborate illusion nearby. What if what Tina and Brian thought was some recording the music box displayed? What if Redfins killed the victim, hid at the scene of the crime, and played the recording for them? What then? What nonsense are you spouting off?
I share her sentiment. What I saw was no pre-recorded image or video.
Are you sure about that? None of you have seen the musical box skill firsthand. You can't know how elaborate a video is able to recreate. And now that the music box has disappeared from your crime scene, there's no way for us to check it. Do you expect to believe me that's a coincidence? I'll have you know I was dragged away by security called by a victim. Anyone could have called security. You said the chief was frozen in place when security showed up, no? You really think that was because of the gunshot? And you said you left before the chief could finish what he was saying. Your credibility on this issue is less than subpar, and that goes for all of you. It means nothing for this case. Damn.
But what if it's about contradiction, not credibility?
What do you mean?
So the version of the chief that Detective Brian and Tina met was actually a recording replayed by the music box. What if we presume an assumption true, but we find a contradiction after? If Meden's argument is true, then we've got a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. So music box, opening the real recording this, blah blah blah. There it is, standing in seat, I remember that. Detective Tina, do you remember the first thing the chief told you to do when you went into his office?
Of course. He said, have a seat. I told you that, right?
How about you, Detective Brian?
I think I follow. Of course I remember he said to remain standing.
They heard two very different things. Could that be possible if the whole thing was a recording?
Maybe they're just recordings from two different times.
No, have a seat and remain standing were the first things these two heard when they entered the room. Even if the surgeon were to have recorded the chief's conversation with her, she couldn't have gotten those two different phrases on one recording.
There's always a possibility the two of them are lying for Redfins too. I'm sorry, but they said the exact same thing when they made the official statements before. No one's only confirming the previous statements. I know you'd love to pin this on me, but don't you think you're pointing your finger the wrong way here?
Alright. Sorry to interfere with your investigation. Continue. Hurry up and prove Brian is our culprit.
You little...
It sounds as though you really wish that to be the case. Meden, what exactly is going on in that brain of yours?
It's not that I want it, that's the only logical theory, is it? You said you were the last of our suspects to meet with the victim. Add to the fact that you were the only one not cleared for this, then it's a given, no?
I see what you're coming from.
Meden, you tosser, why are you butting in when you don't have the brain for this and simply can't tell heads for tails? What? Why are you staring at me?
Nothing, just looking.
I'm glad the information I found turned out to be useful, but I'm still not getting an overall sense of what happened here. We're going to need Brian's help if we want to solve this one. Is there no evidence that proves Brian didn't commit the crime at the... Is there no evidence that Brian didn't commit the crime at 8:10? If there is, we'd be able to get some more information by looking at the trace evidence. If there isn't though, maybe we can find some other clues left by our culprit. Focusing on finding something could be our right move.
Looks like we have two options: moving forward, clearing Brian from this crime, or finding another clue left by our criminal. In our current situation, which one is more likely to pan out? I should print out the transcript and match it with the evidence we have to work with. Hold on, give me a second. I need to actually check something before that. A parcel arriving today, maybe. So I had to just double check whether it will arrive today or not. Oh, so should I even say parcel like I'm in England or something? Alright, so my parcel is not arriving today, so I don't have to worry about that. Is there no evidence that proves Brian didn't commit the crime at 8:10? If there isn't, though, maybe we can find some clue other clues left by our culprit. We actually have that, because the chief remarked about the volume and turned it off. It was set for 8:30 p.m. Wrong way. Sergeant, this clock, you said the chief turned off at 8:30 alarm, right?
Right, there's no question about it.
Detective Brian left this office at 8:10, so in other words, the chief was still alive when Detective Brian left the office. What do you say, Chief Midden?
I mean, how do you know the alarm was set for 8:30 yesterday? Brian knows what skill Redfins has, so maybe he just reset the alarm.
If that were true, we'd see Detective Brian's fingerprints on the clock. At the very least, we'd see some smudges from a gloved hand.
Fingerprints? Are you seriously bringing up fingerprints? What are you expecting me to say? Brian is the one who checks the prints. You expect me to believe what he says?
You're wrong there. My skill merely makes it possible for us to know what time prints were left. For the fingerprinting itself, anyone can do it with the right equipment. Even you could pull that off, Midden. I have the equipment in my drawer. Would you like to give it a go? Let's see if my prints really are on that clock.
Whatever. I'm sure you didn't leave anything behind.
Well then, is Detective Brian cleared for this?
Not a chance. The possibility he committed the crime has just gone down ever so slightly. After all, our only two suspects are from your division. For now, I'll permit him to join the investigation. Just don't forget that he's still a suspect for this crime.
Alright, that sounds more than reasonable. After all, I'm sure no one will see this case to its conclusion.
That's a given, but to that end, we're going to have to add Detective Brian's power to ours.
Anytime I can help.
Logical. Phenomena Bureau, London Branch, Office of the Chief of Investigations.
The chief, in his own special way, he held a place in my heart. In the past 2 years, I have never once granted him a personal favor. Because of that, I don't have a single good memory with him, and for that, I'll feel sorry for him.
Indeed, for even a guy like Detective Brian to say such unkind things about the chief, he was truly remarkable in that regard. Detective Brian, are you alright?
Indeed I am. After all, I'm the one who found the body before. Also, he may have an idea deep inside that he'd meet his end like this someday. I'm keeping you all waiting. Let's get right to the investigation.
Yes, we're counting on you. Clue time!
There are a number of footprints from the three of us around that chair. It's hard to tell our exact movements with how they all weave together, but the time they were made is very clear. Sarge's are from 7:40, Athena's are from 8, and mine from 8:10. That lines up with each statement.
As expected. More importantly, are there anyone else's footprints?
Everything else was left, by the chief.
Not going to make it easy for us.
No, it might be easier than you think.
What do you mean?
There are footprints showing that chief leaving his office at 8:30. Then I see his footprints leading back in at 8:35.
Are you sure?
His stride is a bit weird, but I'm sure those are the chief's footprints.
That is quite the clue.
I had no idea this rubber ball would be involved in another case. I also had no idea it was sitting right here when I came in yesterday.
It was probably covered in cloth then, so you didn't see it for what it was.
I see, that's probably why there are still prints.
How about on the dried flower?
The most recent prints were left behind the chief 10 days ago. The only ones beside that are the ones from Sarge and Note, just from before.
That's probably from when we investigated it. If we had known you'd been investigating too, we would have just looked at it from afar and not touched.
There were no prints for us to erase though. After all, no one touched us recently.
That's a relief.
Also, I can see evidence of a box sitting on its shelf. I can see it was moved last night.
That's probably the music box we confiscated from the Miller residence. As expected, it was right here. The question is, where is it now?
When the Sarge checked his coat out, she said it hadn't been worn recently. But these shoes, I see they were just worn yesterday.
What time was that?
8:35 in the evening. The fingerprints are smudged, but I imagine they're probably the chief's.
Oh, if they were left at 8:35, that would be after we all met him. Let's make a note of that. It may work in our favor to have that information.
Yes, ma'am.
This painting is actually a staff that allows one to pass through walls, right?
That's right, I just use it to check the other side and come back.
I can see that your face left a clear mark on it. Looks like something from a dream. Or maybe something that could fit in a modern art exhibition.
Hey, what exactly are you seeing? Hey, what exactly are you seeing?
I'll tell you later. Let's focus on the investigation for now.
You were the one who wasn't focusing.
Is there any trace of the chief using the painting?
I have prints of the chief pressing down on painting in the jar. They are from 2 days ago.
That may tell us something. Make a note of it.
Good. We've investigated all suspicious items.
We found some useful trace evidence too. The chief's footsteps after we all left are especially noteworthy. They take center stage in this case.
So the chief was alive at 8:35. And I saw no other footprints entering this room.
On top of that, none of us has a skill that allows us to kill him from far. This is a clear proof of our innocence. By the way, this last set of footprints made by the chief, could they be...
Incredible.
What are you doing appearing out of nowhere? What are you doing appearing out of the blue? You finally lose your marbles? You think this makes you look so cool, huh? What are you doing appearing out of the blue? You finally lose your marbles? You think this makes you look cool? You think this makes you look so cool? You're pathetic.
How about you stop there? You've embarrassed him enough, others.
No, I truly think you all are incredible. How can you lot spout all that nonsense with such confidence? What? The last set of footprints left by the victim. You should be able to see how odd they are.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, odd? Are you nitpicking again?
Those footprints were clearly left by the chief. The stride may be off, but the shape is clearly...
What do you think is the reason behind the odd shape? No. Are you trying to say the footprints weren't left by the chief?
I hate to admit it, but Chief Madden may not be nitpicking with this one. It's possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief because of evidence left at the scene. You just do the normal stride? No, right? Yeah. No. Grayson shoes? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, okay. It is that one. Okay. At the scene of the crime, we have an extra set of clothes, right? There's no sign that jacket was messed with, but there was trace left on the shoes last night.
My skill told the same story. The only things with a memory of being touched recently are those shoes. Why exactly are we bringing this up all of a sudden?
Why, you ask, can't you use the imagination of yours? There's only one reason Detective Brian thought the footprints might at 8:35 belong to the chief, because they look like the chief's shoes. There's more trace from 8:35, the trace left on the shoes at the scene. However, it is possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief.
What? The culprit could have worn those shoes, walked around, and then left them there.
The footprints leaving the room.
Those were probably made by the victim. But, the criminal waiting outside to kill the victim. That person was already wearing the same shoes as he prepared beforehand. Of course, then he could have carried the victim back into the room. Madden, must you really want to pin this one on a... Madden, you must really want to pin this one on one of us. If it's like you say, and the footprints were made by when the culprit entered the room at 8:35, where are the footprints leading out?
The culprit could have just walked backwards out of the room. That would explain the strange slide patterns he saw. I'm sorry, but if the culprit walked in such a strange way, I wouldn't be able to tell. I'm sure the footprints were made walking inward.
Well then, the culprit must have not left.
What?
Maybe he hid in this room. Then after enough time had gone by, he pretended to discover the body.
Aren't you the comedian? Then if anyone came in, he'd be done for.
Like I said, if he could hide. Isn't there a place in this room where a person could hide unseen? Place where a person wouldn't be seen. Is he talking about that particular place? The painting at the scene of the crime, actually a wrapping cloth, is staff that allows a person to traverse through a wall. There's space for a person to hide behind that. As Athena discovered before, there's definitely a space enough for a single person to hide away.
Right. Then our culprit hid back there. Then after the body was left to decompose over a long enough period the culprit pretended he was the first to discover the body. Then if someone were to have found the body before him, he could then wait until the person was gone and pretend he stumbled upon the body too. So the person who first found the body is probably
That'd be me.
Of course. Carrying such a large man would have been an impossible task for anyone without Brian's large fame. What? You're speaking like Brian, surely, the Coldplay or something. Don't just stand there, say something. What is it? What is it?
It's clear that Detective Brian is the only person who could have pulled this off a feat as you described it. So, your logic must be incorrect. Pardon? This idea about the culprit trying to replicate the victim's footprints. If it really was Detective Brian and not someone else, such behavior would be rather bizarre. After all, Detective Brian has a certain something about him. Oh, wrong one. Certain something. No. No. What does that mean? No. Oh wait, no. Is it this? No. What? Just wanted to check. No. Oh, is it the normal heartbeat? Oh, no. Here. What? I mean, wouldn't head to the straight to the chief's office. Walked out of the room. This one? No. What? Oh. Under 1 centimeters, I don't know. No. But this. Oh. I don't know how that works, but okay. It's thanks to this trace photo that we actually found out about the footprints left around 8:30. If we hadn't known about the planted footprints, our investigation would have gone the wrong direction. But this document was created using Detective Brian's skill. So? Thus, Detective Brian didn't need to falsify his footprints. He wouldn't have to hide. He wouldn't have to. Thus, Detective Brian didn't need to falsify the footprints. He wouldn't have had to hide behind the painting. After all, it was his investigation that showed the footprints were planted. He wouldn't have need to invent another set of footprints. All he'd have to do is lie and say, footprints at 8:30 were the only ones coming in and out. Even if his own footprints were left at the scene during the crime, he could say that they were the ones from before. Thus, your logic is mistaken. As suspected, he cleared it up. Then, why are you keeping your mouth shut before? I thought leaving it to it would be better than making up a bunch of excuses.
You're just confusing me.
Though it is rather odd, Madden, didn't you say you have no interest in how this case ends? But with all these statements casting doubt on the three of us, it seems clear that you're doing nothing short of interfering with our investigation.
Not bad, Brian. You finally used your head. You knew this would happen and fabricated the footprints to confuse us, huh?
What?
No, didn't you hear what Notes said? I did. He basically said that if Brian is the culprit, the footprints mean nothing. He could just go back inside and kill the victim without all the tracks and patiently, he spoke of, yes?
But if Brian isn't the killer, it means someone else went to that room. And if that's the case,
who's the other person? Layne? Redfins? If the trace photo is real, it means the culprit knew of Brian's skill. How many people besides that three of you know about that? The person left no trace, and knew about the skills the Man Affairs division had in stock. Is there any other suspect who fills out all those boxes? If there isn't, the results of your investigation name you all as the prime suspects once more. So doesn't that mean that none of you, but you've turned up, can be trusted? We have no choice but to throw out everything we know. Unfortunately, that's how this case ends. Why are you doing all this? Good question.
We're in trouble if there really is another suspect. We collected a single clue thus far who might tell us who that could be.
And if we haven't, is there some place we haven't investigated? Somewhere hidden away?
I've got to keep my cool. First things first, we need to clear up this crisis. Something someone said struck a chord with me. I'll just have to show them the answer they're looking for. Okay, so... We already investigated the room inside, but... I mean, this is not something we have, and why you're doing this is... I mean, that's not gonna help. But I think this somewhere hidden away is quite... Because I remembered about the secret safe, and I thought it was gonna be behind this painting, but it wasn't, so I'm just kind of... I was kind of wondering about that the whole time. Yep. That may be it. A place we haven't investigated yet. That may be it. A place we haven't investigated yet.
Really? Where?
I don't know yet. I'm sure it exists.
What's that supposed to mean? Give us a proper explanation. Why is there no one who explains things when you can understand them? Give us a proper explanation. Why is there no one who explains things when you can understand them all at once?
The note the surgeon restored contains information about the staff the chief owned and displayed here, but that's not all that was written here.
I see. There was a note about storing the paper in a secret safe.
A secret safe? Then there must be a clue. A new clue to be found here.
A clue? Do you really think that? There's no guarantee it's even in this room. No, the chief only believed himself. He never hid anything where someone else could get their filthy paws on it. Besides, his note contained information on his staff. If you think about it in terms of convenience, there's a high likelihood he'd store the list two in the same place at the swap. Besides, his note contained information on his staff. If you think about it in the terms of convenience, there's a high likelihood he'd store the list in the same place as the staff.
Then speak up. Is there a place where he might have stored the safe? None of the data you collected points to a place like that.
No, it may perhaps we were just a little confused. I should show him there's a clue that shows where he might have been hiding things. What? Is it just a painting? Yeah, okay. It was just dark, so we couldn't see it. No matter how hard I think about it, there's simply no better place to hide something than behind that painting.
But did Athena already investigate behind it?
Right, and the place was completely empty.
The painting is quite large, but didn't Detective Athena say it was too narrow, that there was only space back there for one person?
Then there's another space back there we haven't investigated.
If you check the trace photo, you'll see there's some space between the chief's handprints and the trace Athena left earlier. So if we put our hand to where the chief touched and push... Good, I've got something.
That paper. It's the original of the paper. Oh, Sarge, it's the original of the paper Sarge restored, huh?
As expected. This is the secret safe the chief used.
Note, is there something else in there?
There are two file folders stashed in here. It looks like they are filed with documents. One looks like case files and the other... The Tetrapod project? The contents of the folder.
Hold up, give me that and give that here.
Huh? Alright.
It's genuine. The detective chief inspector was far more dangerous than I thought. That's enough of that. Now I can rest easy.
Huh?
What did you just do? That's evidence we just found. What does it look like I did? There was a classified document, something that shouldn't have been in here. So I got rid of it.
You can't be serious, that was our evidence.
Any person who reads those files has to be eliminated. Would you have been okay with that? How about you? Would you have been okay with that?
Pardon?
Whatever was written in there, you were forced to hide it. Your actions prove that. The victim had that information, and you knew he had it beforehand.
Chief Medin, from the things you said before, it sounds like you're quite familiar with Detective Brian's skills. Do you know about Detective Athena and the Sergeant's skills? Do you know about Detective Athena's and the Sergeant's skills as well? Then with all the boxes a person has to be checked to be a suspect, that would include you, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess it would. No.
What? What was it, Medin?
We have footprints we think the culprit planted on the scene of the crime, but no prints leaving. Neither Detective Athena nor the Sergeant could have pulled something like that off. Chief Medin, would you mind explaining your skill?
I don't have one.
Excuse me?
Note, Medon's not a staffer.
The borough doesn't appoint staffers as chiefs. Shouldn't you have figured that out after working here 2 whole months?
No need for snide remarks, given our security clearance. Isn't it a given for him to not know?
Clearance, does that word even mean anything to that child?
Well,
it's clear that he simply doesn't want to dig too deep. He doesn't want to get too closely involved with the borough. Are you going to be a bystander forever, stubbornly refusing to make a choice? Stop changing the subject. You've got the same charges leveled at you that we were throwing out our way. The same charges? You'd only be able to make the stick if you had evidence, and that I knew the victim had the file. I didn't even know about this secret stash. If I knew beforehand and committed a crime, I would have taken those documents with me, no?
I think it's safe to say Medon didn't know the location of the chief's stash. But is it true we have nothing on him? Even if he did know about the stash, there's a chance he knew the chief had the documents. Medon knew the documents. And I can't print anything. Maybe? Oh, no, musical box. No, okay. Ah, okay, that was that one, okay. Perhaps the chief told you about it first.
Are you even serious? My apologies, but he's normally serious in these cases.
I'm always serious. The chief told you about the documents first. Then, he held them over your head as a threat.
You're just throwing claims out there. What are you basing this on?
The chief left you a message on his notepad. I think he was still working on it. I can't be sure who the recipient... I can't be sure who the recipient was supposed to be, but it went something like this. Even if I were to vanish, don't let your guard down. I can always unveil the documents.
The documents? The documents?
The chief was threatening someone with the documents he had. And right when you laid eyes on the documents the chief had hidden away, you burned them. Is it really so strange to think his letter had something to do with you?
What documents are you referring to again? You little...
Are you really going to play dumb in this situation? All of this is because you saw you light those documents on fire?
Indeed, and we refers to the 3 prime suspects and their colleague. Have you always been like this?
Always focus on doing the best I can.
You're right. Proving the existence of those documents is going to be difficult now. But note, you said there was another folder hidden in there too, right? You said case files.
That's right, I haven't gotten a good look at them yet, but this looks like a medical record, maybe a doctor's note. And this, is just a statement from Chief Medon.
Hold up, note, that statement. These documents were when they... Hold up, note. That statement. These documents, when were they written?
They were all written for a case 2 years ago on October 20th.
2 years ago. October 20th.
Of course.
Damn.
Why is everyone reacting like this? It's not just Chief Medon, it's Detective Thena and Brian too. Come to think of it, 2 years ago.
Medon, it looks like there's another file for you to burn, yes?
You know nothing. Sergeant, what in the world happened 2 years ago?
Seriously, do I really have to explain it like this? Tandy, you don't exactly have to go into all the details.
Detective Thena?
No, even without all of this, I was going to explain to him. Note, I want you to know. Note, I'm going to explain everything. And I want you to listen very carefully. Because this was a case that changed my life.
Oh, finally. Mana Affairs Division, 2 years earlier.
I'm back.
Good walk out there.
I see you two finished early as well. Good work to you two. No, work is money after all, so it's really the least I can do. Despite all our efforts, we only sold 1 case to your 5, Pandy. Don't flatter me. It'd be odd if I couldn't do at least what... Don't flatter me. I'd be odd if I couldn't do at least that with all the memories I read.
It's hardly fair to say that all your hard work comes from your skill alone. So you should be honest with yourself and accept the compliment, Pandoria. After all, the active role you play is all thanks to you being in the company of such a skilled investigator as myself.
Where on earth does all this confidence come from? Just today, you wasted all that time getting yourself stuck in a ventilation shaft.
True, but sometimes to get the complete truth, you have to take 1 step back to take 2 steps forward. You know that, right?
And the culprit almost escaping in his 1 step.
Haha, I guess we took C steps back for that one, but even such an amazing investigator can make mistakes. This is just a theory of mine, but what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path.
Again, with your theories. Though you do have a way with your words.
Still sounds like a hard delay at work, Johnny.
Still sounds like a hard way at work. Still sounds like a hard way at work, Johnny.
I'm sure the 2 of you had a rough enough day as well. Is that it for the cases handed over to us?
Looks that way. We finished quite early today.
Great. As the Americans say, Tina, give me some skin.
Oh, awesome. Hell yeah!
Come on, you 2 carcasses.
Indeed.
And Pandoria.
No thanks. Somehow makes me look less intelligent.
Haha, touché. John Madden. He was a detective who worked with us 3 years ago, back when the Mana Affairs Division was first formed.
John Madden. He was a detective who worked with us 3 years ago, back when the Mana Affairs Division was first formed. In the beginning, it was just him and I. At first, he was praised in the investigations department, but honestly, his detective skills were only a bit better than Brian's, so I didn't think he was all that spectacular. His penetrative vision skill wasn't all that unique either. It helped during investigations, but compared to the skills everyone else had, it wasn't extremely useful. Still, he was oddly skilled when it came to leadership.
Is this the case the 2 of you solved today?
What's wrong? Does something strike you as odd about it?
No, you did a good detective work. But about the victim's daughter, if you check her next of kin, it doesn't look like there'll be anyone to look out for the girl.
You're right, that fact bothered me too.
There's this orphanage, I know. You think I can recommend she be sent there? Of course, it has no connection to the Bureau.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. I'll have to ask her opinion on that matter, but she'll probably like the sound of it.
Alright, I'll get in contact with the orphanage.
Why do you always give us more work? It's been a while since we finished up this early.
Haha, sorry, I was born with this personality.
Indeed, it's a personality I'd love to emulate.
Where would that leave me then? I'll call the little girl.
Oh, thanks.
I solved the cases. In fact, I can say with confidence that out of all the people I'd met, no one could solve a case faster than me. But John always saw the people behind the cases. He always did what he thought was best. Without John, investigations would be no different than the other departments of the Bureau. He made our division what it is today. I, on the other hand...
Sorry to butt in like this.
Hello. Been a while, Chief Inspector of Operations.
Oh, who's this now, Chief?
No, is that really you, Thena?
What's with that reaction? What's with that reaction?
Sorry to see such a painful grin on your face. I never would have imagined it after your time in probations. Fortunately, this division seems like a good fit. Yes, and I'm glad I followed your recommendation, Chief. Thank you. How long are you going to call me Chief? You've got a new chief now. I mean, the detective chief inspector doesn't do all that much, but I guess that makes you Bernard to me, or Bernie. If you ever call me that, I'll kill you myself. Just call me Medon.
Bernard, I'm a Medon too. Won't that make things confusing?
Doesn't everyone around here already call you Johnny?
Ha 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 ha. Well, you got me there. You've been stopping by quite a lot, haven't you? Here to see me?
No, not on your life, so don't even ask. I'm here on other business. Brian.
Me?
Yes, it's all about the matter we discussed before. If you just follow me to operations.
Sarge, I'll be right back.
Understood. I should be delivering that message about the orphanage. Call me if you need anything. John.
Yeah, what is it?
Your name came out of a certain person's mouse. You should stop your digging.
Yep, thanks for the advice. I'll keep that in mind.
I certainly hope so. Stubborn as an ass. What's he talking about?
Pandoria, haven't you ever gotten curious about all this?
I mean, what do they do with criminals we catch? What do you mean? We send them to the Beru's detention facility, but we don't even know where that is. Do you remember the first criminal we ever caught? We brought him for petty theft, right? When he was released recently, I went and saw him. I asked him what his time in detention was like, but he wouldn't say a word. It wasn't that he was hiding it from me. It was more like he didn't have a single memory of his time in there. It was like he fell victim to a skill. If there really exists a phenomena that wipes memories, that's at least an Estinine class threat level, and in certain cases...
An Oppenheimer could do it. There's got to be something that could be capable of such a feat.
If that's the case, I am on the same opinion as your brother. You should stop digging into this. No good will come from us, as Stafford's getting too involved with the Beru.
Hahaha, very sensible. But could I ask you one favor?
No.
Read my brother's memories.
I said no. How about you listen to people when they talk to you?
Pandoria, I want to help people.
You're already doing that.
You're right, I'm helping people who get caught up in the case we investigate. But what about the criminals we catch? Are we really leading them down to the correct path? And if we're not...
If we're not, they brought it on themselves.
That's true for most, but that's not everyone we bring in. There are others who were merely punished out of society, meddled with things that they shouldn't have. You know that, right? There may be others apart from us who help those who get caught up in these cases, but who's helping the people who already fell from their grace? That may be something only we are capable of. If the people we bring in for corrections are treated unjustly, I have to know.
Of course. You always have to know. Yet the finding out part is always my job.
I'm sorry, I won't force your hand in this. It's your choice.
My choice. Do you know what? Ever since my skill came to light, nothing in my life has ever been my choice. My whole life has been nothing but being dragged along by people actually doing the choosing. It wasn't even my choice to become a sergeant. It should have been you, not me, in this role. I just went along with your choice. With the slightest touch, I could find most any truth I wanted to. But I had no idea what truth I was supposed to find out. But unlike me, from back then, I can help people, and I've never been ever happier. It's all because I went along with your choice. So I guess this is nothing new. I'll do it.
Thank you, partner. Alright, Bernard is in a meeting, so there's no one here. Alright, Bernard is in a meeting, so there's no one here.
If you're going to do this, now's our chance. But why exactly am I reading the memories of the Chief Inspector of Operations?
I've asked him about this before. He's got the look of someone who knows something. Also, he's recently started talking about the underground. He may have gotten an invitation to go down there.
You should have told me before that this is related to the underground.
Sorry. Wanna back out?
Whatever. We've come this far.
That's why you're my partner.
What an absolute snake in the grass.
So, let's get set up. My brother should be back soon.
Is this really okay? We're pretty much betraying your flesh or blood.
I mean, when it comes to Bernard, we've always been close, yet with a certain distance between us. We were separated as children since I was sent off to the Stafer training facility. Plus, he was always more interested in public good than in family ties. So I'm totally fine doing this much. Let's be quick.
Bernard Medon knows vaguely of what skill I carry. If I touch him, he's gonna suspect me. I'm going to have to make up some sort of excuse for touching him. I've got to touch a few things around his office to investigate, then I can find a way to do this naturally. Alright, let's get started.
Memory survey.
That kettle. We have one just like it in our office.
It's even the same color, huh? Oh, didn't Brian buy that one for our office?
Now that you mention it, your brother really liked the tea we served him when he dropped by our office.
I would have brought him one if he asked, but to stoop so low.
Let's see here. Smells like black tea. Just like the tea in our office. Seems like it's been getting steady use recently.
We might be able to use that. This is Bernard's folder. I always see him carrying it around when he has a job to do.
Is that so? Let's see here. Is your brother seeing a doctor?
I don't think so. At least I haven't heard anything about it.
There's a doctor's note in this folder. Shall I read the memories from it?
Ah, that's quite old. John, you really need to stop digging into this. You're about to open the floodgates. Come on, floodgates. Really? Come on, floodgates. Really? What's this then? A note from your psychiatrist? What are you doing with that? You were treated by a Beru-approved psychiatrist, right? It's nothing private anymore. You don't need this paper to tell you that. Isn't that why you sought on treatment? Your compulsion is getting steadily worse. You care deeply for people you have no jurisdiction over. You should be looking out for yourself. The Manor Affairs Division is doing all right now, though. That should be enough to satisfy you. I am satisfied with that. Actually, I'm more than satisfied. My colleagues are different from the people in operations. They are special. How should I put this? They're like family to me. Yet I want to know more. The results of the work done on those people. I can't just stop. Even if it costs you your life. Even if it costs you your life. That's a given.
John.
You found me out. How much did you hear?
Just a little.
That's a relief. Tempers flared that day.
Don't worry, isn't that always the case with family?
Then you heard everything.
Yep. Took one for the team.
These are all of Bernard's jackets. He should organize them.
Let's have a look. Out of all his jackets, he only touches this one. It seems he's only been using this stick jacket recently. It's quite cold for October.
So if you've got to touch him, it might be good use this coat. Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready.
If we over-prepare though, he'll get suspicious. It will just be better to pick just one item to use. So, Pandoria, it's time to choose. I'll aim for the moment he puts on his coat. I can pretend I'm dusting off his jacket and make eye contact. Though I'm not sure if Meta knows I can read memories through clothes.
He's coming. Sergeant John?
Huh? The Caucasus?
What are you doing here?
I was just about to ask the same thing. What are you doing in operations?
I have a meeting scheduled with the Chief of Operations. But he said he was going to be late, finish up another meeting. I have a meeting scheduled with the Chief of Operations, but he said he was going to be late, finish up another meeting, so I should wait in his office.
Come to think of it, Bernard did stop by our office to look for Brian yesterday. I'm concerned regarding what his meeting might be about. I don't have time to fixate on that right now.
I see the two of you have business with the Chief as well.
Yeah, we did have business to discuss him with him. Right, Pandoria? Sure. I wonder how the needless lie is going to come back to bite me in the butt.
Then would you like a cup of tea while we wait?
No thanks, I'll pass. Brian's likely to put a spanner in the works if he hangs out. What should we do? Brian, I just remembered there's something urgent I need to discuss with you about the last case. Would you mind coming with me? 1 second?
Sure, but
Don't worry about it. I'll let Bernard know something came up.
I'll leave it to you then. What do you have to say that's so urgent?
Idiot.
Excuse me?
I'm a complete idiot.
Excuse me?
With me out here in the room, who's going to read his memories? Why on earth did I make this choice?
Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready. If you over-prepare though, he'll get suspicious. It'd be better to just pick one item to use. Say Pandoria, it's time to choose. Okay, alright, let's skip through.
John, get him out of here.
Huh? Brian, come to think of it, I had something I wanted to tell you. About the case. About the orphanage, our methods are more complicated than I thought, so I think you're going to need my help. Got some time? Yes, but now
Don't worry. I'll let the chief know something's come up.
I'll leave it to you then.
Good luck. Yep.
Sergeant Redfins.
Hello, sir.
That's a first to be coming up this way to see me. Have you perhaps seen Brian?
He was called away on urgent business and said he'd be late. He sent me to pass along the message.
Is that so? Were you going to make a cup of tea?
Oh, please excuse that. It's just so much like the one in our office I actually moved it.
The kettle was a gift from Brian. I do like it, but I try not to let it show. The man can be rather burdensome at times.
Indeed, indeed. But I do believe it's not to be brown-nosing, but genuine compassionate on his part.
Of course, he is the sort. I love to stay and share a cup of tea, but I think my next meeting's going to run long. I've just come to pick up some documents and be off. Could you tell Brian to swing by again at 2?
Of course.
Thank you, I'll be seeing you then.
Your coat, won't you be needing it?
My meeting's indoors, though that should be rather obvious.
Right, obvious.
Obvious indeed,
Well, let's share a cup of tea next time. There's something I've been meaning to ask regarding John. What's obvious is that I screwed up. Maybe I had a better option.
Oh, okay. And he's sent back a couple of years now.
John said Bernard is always carrying his folder around. If we are going to mess with something, it should be this. If we put this edge right here.
He's coming. Sergeant? John?
Huh? Caucasus?
What are you doing here?
I was just about to ask about the same thing. What are you doing in operations?
I have a meeting scheduled with the Chief of Operations. But he said he was going to be late, finishing up another meeting, so I should wait in his office.
I'm gonna skip this. It's the same. Yep.
Sergeant Redfins.
Hello, sir.
That's first to be coming all this way to see me. Have you perhaps seen Brian?
He was called away on urgent business and said he'll be late. He sent me to pass along the message.
Is that so?
Were you going to make a cup of tea? Oh, please excuse that. It's just so much like the one in our office. I accidentally moved it.
The kettle was a gift from Brian. I do like it, but I try not to let it show. The man can be rather burdensome at times.
Indeed, but I do believe it's not to be brown-nosing, but genuine compassion on his part.
Of course, he is the sort. I'd love to stay and share a cup of tea, but I think my next meeting is going to run long. I've just come to pick up some documents and be off. Tell Brian... bloody hell. I'm in too much of a rush.
Let me help you cleaning this up.
Thank you.
Just like I planned. Now I've just got to act like I'm picking these up and brush my hand against...
Didn't you say you were going to help?
What? Sorry. There's this urgent matter, and I just thought of a clue. I must be getting back.
Of course, hard work as always.
Indeed. Damn it all. I have thought of a better excuse. I mean, I could have just left it where Bernard left. However, if I stayed in that room... the documents in Bernard's memory. Could they be real? What on earth? What have I done? What on earth have I done?
Pandoria, how'd it go? You pull off?
I don't know how to cope with this, Truce. But for John, from this point on, I don't want you to say a word. I just want you to listen. Right now, I don't think I can do anything but tell you the complete and honest truth.
Okay.
We, and I mean all of us at the Manor Affairs Division, are part of some top-secret project. It's a tyrannical project run by none other than the head of the Bureau, Herman Mond. It's all for this tetrapod project. The project's goal to combine hundreds and thousands of phenomena into one skill that will target the entire world. A skill to extinguish mana, worldwide.
If they were actually able to pull that off, it would solve one of the world's greatest problems.
But to accomplish the goal of their project, they need hundreds of staff and staffers, at the very least. The project needs materials, and phenomena events most often manifest as staffers. They need to be able to fully experiment on them and dispose of them when those experiments go wrong. But even though this is the Bureau we're talking about, they couldn't just grab staffers ranked Estinine or wronger, or lower. Plus, the terrorists caught by operations and the staff disposed of by materials just wasn't cutting it. To expedite the project, they need more supply. To increase that supply, they established the Manor Affairs Division of the London branch. The criminals we've been catching have been used as free supply for the supply materials for the Bureau's plans.
Why go...
The criminals we've been catching have been used as free supply materials for the Bureau's project.
Why go through all of this?
Why go through all of this? Because they feel like they have to hurry. For the sake of this world, they think it could end at any moment. They call the threat level Noah. and it exists. Noah. A phenomenon so great, it would wash over the entire world like a great flood. So they called it Noah. Thus, they wish to build their seawalls as quickly as possible to stop that wave. Well then, from the very beginning of our world. John, thank you, Pandoria. I feel a lot better knowing. Of course, he's unshaken. I finally know what the feeling I get when I'm around you is. It's not yearning, it's jealousy. That's why I feel all this hate for you burning inside for leading me straight into the truth. I detest you. You'll take this case in stride and be better for it. I'm not sure about me though. I'm not sure if I can keep helping you. Huh? What are you doing? Over there? No, you're different. What happened? Now, show me. Ah!
Paddy, what happened? Johnny!
No, what on earth?
Ah!
Sarge, what is it? What did you see?
Nothing. I see nothing. Nothing. Where am I?
Pandy, you're awake.
Tina? Where's John? He's not there anymore. They took him to the morgue. Ryan is with him, so don't you worry. Right. John is... They ruled it a suicide. As punishment for causing so much commotion in the Bureau, the security clearance of our division has been downgraded. What have I done? However, here. I'm too much of a dummy, so I thought you should have a look at these instead. Case files. What's this though? How did this happen?
Come in.
Back on your feet. That's a relief. We can't have you missing the funeral. What did you do? Well then, I guess you're not here to pay your respects concerning what happened to my little brother. Why are your prints on the rope John was hanging from?
I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm sure I told both Cena and Brian that rope was originally mine.
Of course you're going to say that, but according to the documents I have...
Oh. There's something rather odd. Oh, okay, I can't do that, okay. What's weird? During the incident 2 years prior, the Redfins took a look at the documents Athena gave her before discovering something rather odd. Oh, okay.
You did say in your statement that you lent the rope to John.
What? So you knew this whole time?
However, Layne detected an abnormal heartbeat during the testimony.
An abnormal heartbeat? I see.
That girl, Layne, she did say she figured out a new trick.
I forgot about that.
Have I crossed over the criminal side now? What are you talking about?
What do you think I'm talking about? Isn't that the reason you've came? It was me. I killed John.
Why?
Because he tried to dig too deep. You've been at the burial long enough that I shouldn't have to explain it to you. John made his choice. He wanted to know everything, even if it killed him. So I had a choice to make too. At least with killing him, it prevented the truth from getting out. After all, it's the world's last chance for survival. And in my family, we respect each other's choices.
My God, what are you even saying?
Go shout it from the mountaintops if that's what you want. After all, it wasn't my sin alone. Nothing will change. It'll only be your neck on the chopping block. I won't have any more business up here on the ground floor, regardless. Yours will probably be the last face I see up here. Enjoy your stay, but I would recommend keeping your mouth shut as best as you can.
I see. That's why. What's going on? Why am I just standing here? Where am I even supposed to go? John's gone now. There's no one left to use me. No one to lead me around my leash. So now it's time for me to make the choices. I get it now. The reason why you were laughing. You can't laugh it off like it's nothing. This world's became too painful to live in. So even now, I can't stop laughing. Now that I'm thinking about it. I always lived like that. Every time the world let me down, I would always laugh instead of cry. It's clear to me now. I never wanted this moment to come.
Man Affairs Division, present.
That is the truth of what happened 2 years ago.
Are you insane, woman? Even if you didn't know about the project, why would you talk about it here? Do you want there to be a mass suicide?
My apologies, but we heard about the noise yesterday from the cabinet secretary himself. Not finding out about that project just changes the number of reasons to kill us from 1 to 2. But what this means for you? Documents from a case you pleaded guilty 2 years ago turn up in the late chief's secret stash. So again, what do you think this means for you?
It's just as you say. My reasons for resorting to killing went from 1 to 2.
You couldn't have. No!
How could you? So what if I did the kill the chief? So what if I end his life to shut his fat ass mouse? The 1 hour he promised you is up. This is me we're talking about though, a person from the underground. No matter how much you wiggle and wraith, I still see no punishment from me.
That's the case from now. However...
Is that really it? Pardon? Note, what's this coming from now? You look like you're in one of your solving moves. It's just strange as all, for both case 2 years ago and the one right now. If nothing bad comes from fessing up to the murders, why go through all the trouble to hide them? There's no noble blood in my veins, of course I have to hide my shady dealings. What is this anyway? On my side all of a sudden, don't tell me, are you about to say that all of this wasn't my doing? No, you definitely fabricated the suicide 2 years ago. But you weren't acting alone. You had an accomplice. Didn't you?
Note, what are you saying?
The documents from this case 2 years ago that the chief hid away clearly point to Bernard Medan for this. But that's not the end of it. Within these documents, an odd contradiction is hiding. Oh. I don't know, actually, to be honest. I'm just looking around right now. Dr. Nose, this note is to inform you on the results of inquiry. After samples of mental well-being of the patient, we have concluded this patient shows no longer signs of mental illness. Head Psychiatry Psych Clinic. Wait, no, I got it. I think I got it. The answer is simple. I used a rope before, and there's a heartbeat, yet there was fingerprints 1 month before. Something was wrong. Yeah, okay. Two years ago, you gave this statement right here. You said the rope Detective John Madden hung himself with was yours.
Did I?
Yes, but during that part, an abnormal heartbeat was detected.
Ah, yes, I found a new rope to do the deed with.
Is that so? If that were the case, why were your prints left on the rope 1 month before?
Well, I couldn't tell you why for sure.
Note, it's not that I didn't. I don't find that strange as well, but that contradiction means little in and of itself. Right, it means nothing at all. There's no bearing on the charges being leveled at Chief Midden. But why the contradiction? To put it in other words, it seems like an error in the document.
An error?
That's right, it's either the trace photo or the witness statement. One of them's got to be wrong. In fact, the error was probably part of the fabrication. A fabrication so good, only the detective who wrote out the document would be able to tell. I think the falsified part must be this one right here. What? Okay, let's go. It's either this or this. Fingerprints Bernard Medan 1 month before, or the answer is simple. I used the rope before. There's two. Which would it be? What the hell? I mean, I guess you can't really say that fingerprints can be fabricated, so maybe it's Dina who lied. Okay, alright. Alright, I guess it is. The abnormal heartbeats detected here. That must be the error. Isn't that right, Detective Thina?
Thina?
The surgeon was just coming to after the shock, and it was Detective Thina who gave her the document. Something about what she said. It makes it seem like there's more behind the story. The normal heartbeat detected here looks different from the ones Detective Thina usually notes down, huh?
The day's finally come. Just can't pull the wool over Note's eyes, can I?
Thina, what did you do?
What are you talking about? Messing up a document like that can only mean...
That's right. Madden's statement was no lie. In the end, no one could simply murder Detective John.
Thina? Sorry. I truly am sorry. If I didn't do it, Pandy, you would have thought you killed him yourself.
Chief Bernard Madan, with Detective Thina's help, you fessed up to setting up the murder 2 years ago, right? You fessed up, but you still left yourself enough room so you could wiggle out if needed to be. After all, you only admitted you did it to the surgeon. Even now, we're only pointing out the possibility you did it, and you're playing along to being the culprit. Just like 2 years ago, to hide the truth.
You've ruined everything, and it was going so well. You're all just like my damned brother. I was instructed by the Bureau not to punish the lot of you. All we had to do was disband this division. Then no more punishments would have been needed. Then you say you've got to investigate, digging into the past, and here I'm pulling out my hair, thinking I'm going to kill myself trying to get into your way. Do you know how shameful it was doing all this to protect a culprit I didn't even know the idea of?
But that's the only if one of us is the culprit. If we're all innocent, you won't have to do that.
I wish that were the case.
Huh?
Anyway, Redfins, cut the crap. Seriously, stop with this nonsense. You think I'm gonna believe anything you have to say?
I'm sorry. I thought I could paint myself as the ill-fated protagonist, shouldering the burden, and I thought I was satisfied with that. You caught me this one time, so I didn't think we'd be pulled into this again. I was tired enough of it. Redfins, John really did kill himself.
Seriously, cut the... Pandy, don't touch me. Right. We just need more evidence. I'll just have to investigate the crime scene one more. Note, I'll leave this to you. Keep your spork flipped.
Sergeant, it must be so painful to know you were believing a falsified truth for two whole years. But for her... Sergeant, you're carrying out an investigation based on emotions alone. Aren't we all supposed to be the tools?
Note, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. Clearly, I'm not who you think I am.
Then the person I met up on the balcony yesterday, was not you either.
Can't you? Just let me win a single time.
Sergeant.
Note, even if I'm not around, you keep asking questions.
Mana Affairs Division, 2 years earlier. And that's how things stand. Always so quick to act. I wouldn't have seen it again anyway since I was headed underground. Couldn't even respect his own brother enough to.
I'm sorry. As his colleague, I should have suspected sooner.
He hid where his head was at me for me too. If you had figured it out first, that would have just been sad.
But seriously, even yesterday, it seemed like nothing was the matter.
Yesterday, Redfins read my memories.
Ah,
According to Brian, she was with John, so it was probably he who put her up to it. He discovered the secrets locked away in my memories, but he couldn't handle the truth, and here we are. It's not the rarest of reactions.
then, Pandy.
No matter how hard you look at it, she was the one who pulled this trigger. At least, that's how she'll see it.
Pandy.
I mean, that is a problem, but more important is her safety.
What? Is Pandy in danger?
A lot of the documents I've been exposed to recently are top secret underground files. If the boss were to suspect, and if he were to find out about Redfins,
He can't. If that happens, I lose Pandy too.
calm down. I know what you're scared of. Thankfully, the situation isn't that bad yet. After all, Redfins couldn't read John's memories. If you help me out, we can ensure Redfin's safety and relieve her of a burden of the guilt. Will you help?
Sure. I'll just head back to operations for a while.
Good. Then we'll make me the culprit.
What?
You just took my statement, right? Just manipulate part of it. Make it look like I lied to hide my crime. After that, show it to Redfins once she regains consciousness. Redfins won't be in the best state of mind, so she won't suspect the documents and she'll immediately suspect me as the culprit. She won't hold herself responsible for John's death, and she won't have any reason to spread the information she took from my mind. I'll head down to underground and stay there. I'll report to my supervisors that John had to be taken care of because he stole classified documents. It's perfect.
Why are you doing all this? Why are you doing all this? For Pandy?
I talked to John 2 days ago. He said you are all like family to him. He said that right in front of me. His actual family member. I still wonder what he meant by that, but there's no way for me to figure that out now. It's just, I want to be including in that group as that dummy's actual family member. I'll sacrifice my own life for the people he cherished. At least, that's what I want to think.
Pandy, she would never want me to do this. But your suggestion is enticing, only because I want to protect her. So, I'll play the criminal, and I'll become a traitor. As always, I'm simply the worst colleague. Sorry, Madden. I guess I was the worst colleague for you too.
You never did follow my orders. That's nothing new. Madden, why'd John kill himself? Ever since he was an officer in operations, John has had his compulsion to help people. During his time in operations, he was forced to bring harm to people, so it was probably defiance of his position that led him to be like this. He simply couldn't stand the paradox of it all. That's when he began his work to save as many lives as he could. That's actually why I sent him to this budding division in investigations. By that you mean the Man Affairs division? That's right, there he was able to get along with you lot and help people. So, it seemed to calm his mental illness. However, that's also when he began to sense there was something odd in the way that criminals were treated, and he relapsed into the old ways. Then, when he found out about the project, damn him. He just couldn't leave it alone. However, it's simply not something one man can have an effect on. After all, it deals with the absurdity this world is built on. He couldn't handle it. That's why he gave up. I never thought of him capable of it. Then that means you knew your brother was suffering from a mental illness. Yes, that's what I just told you. Then, what's going on? If that's true, then what on earth is this? Hold on, I need to do something really quickly. I need to change the time for my stream afterwards. Maybe? Maybe, oh no, I think I'll push the time more. Okay. No mental illness. Then what about this doctor's note? A doctor's note? This was in a folder with the documents about the case 2 years ago. It's from the psychiatric clinic. Apparently, John went to see a psychiatrist. This is a record of his visit. I've been thinking about this for a while, but take a look at the middle of the part. It says that there's nothing wrong with him.
Is that something the chief had? Something on his secret stash?
How is that possible? Did you say John had a mental illness?
He did. I checked it out myself, but this
isn't John Meta's medical record.
What? Then whose is it?
There's only one person it could be. Only one person involved in the case 2 years ago with any sort of mental problem. And the person's name. It's her, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. My mouth won't open. Why was this doctor's note kept there?
Note. You froze. Does that mean no one comes to mind?
No. I've got the person, but... Let's calm down. We don't know all the facts yet. We're still in the middle of an investigation. It's not time to worry about the future. That's still up in the air. The surgeon received a shock 2 years ago and hasn't been able to touch people since, right?
That's true, but note, why exactly are you bringing this up to surgeon now?
There's no one else here who might have a mental disease. Even if they did, it wouldn't be held against them as a sign of weakness.
Note.
But the surgeon being unable to touch people, that could be considered a mental disease, right?
Note, are you serious?
When it comes to investigations, I'm always serious. You know that. I don't want to say it either, however, I can't help but entertain the possibility. After all, that's how the Sarge told me. Note.
That was something John told me. I was just following his lead.
There's a possibility that the surgeon may have lied about having a mental illness. She may actually be able to touch people. And also, she may have been threatened by the chief because of that.
Note. Do you know what you're implying?
I do. I'm well aware.
But if the Sarge really did lie about touching people, what's that mean for us?
If we look at the big picture, we can find two reasons for it. I'm kind of worried about Sarge. Please don't jump off that balcony. It seems that Redfin's unwillingness to touch people due to a mental illness was an act. What reason does she have for doing that? There was a later after 7:30 p.m. when I entered the service office. Okay. But there's nothing there. Is it just normally just because of this? I'm confused. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, that was just simple. I don't think that needed that part of the problem. The surgeon's skill allows her to read her memories of anything she comes in contact with. Also, when she touches a person, she's able to see through the eyes of that person to gain their visual memories.
And?
Until today, she was quite adamant that she couldn't see visuals. She said it was because she couldn't touch another person's body. But what if she can?
It'd be like before. She could look back on the crucial moments of the case, right?
Yes, perhaps.
No, if that's her only goal in this, she wouldn't need this excuse about not touching people. She'd just have to pretend she wasn't good at using her skill anymore.
She couldn't pretend with that alone. She had another reason. And that reason had to do with you, Detective Thena.
Huh?
I should show her the reason why the sergeant can't touch people in his relation to Detective Thena. I've got one document that shows her that. Means this, right? Like, yeah. It's not even hard. Detective Thena, you're able to detect minute vibrations. With that skill, you're able to detect abnormal heartbeats. However, when you want to do that, you need to be touching the same thing.
Note, what are you... So Pandy was avoiding my skill.
I wish I was wrong about this, but there's no information refuting it. There's no reason to dig any deeper. If she needed an excuse not to touch you, there's none better than claiming a mental illness.
Oh.
Huh. The Department Chief of Investigations was holding onto that doctor's note, and we have circumstantial evidence that he was threatening someone. In other words, you have a theory. You think Redfids is the one who killed the chief, don't you? I consider the possibility. Don't be ridiculous, that trolley's already arrived at the station. Huh? I'm starting to sound like him. Listen carefully, if Redfins isn't your culprit, it's either Thena or Brian. Huh? Ever since you've lot left underground, I've had a man stationed at every entrance to investigations, instructed to track your movements. According to my reports, you four were the only ones in that wing yesterday. That's why I was trying to block the truth from being revealed. John treasured those people, so I tried to make it look like I was the culprit, even though it wasn't the honorable thing to do. But you... What is your goal in all this exactly? Before, when I tried to interfere with the investigation, you didn't bat an eyelash. But now you're acting sheepish. Whose side are you on? Whose side are you on?
Madden, you're going too far.
No, let him think. After all, time's almost up.
Detective Thena.
Well, let's put the pin for that now. We're still lacking proof. You're right. There's a high possibility that Redfins were threatened, as you say. However, that doesn't mean she was the culprit. To return to our case, the culprit was able to enter the room by replicating the victim's footprints. But that's it. There were no footprints leaving the scene. It was Redfins herself that pointed that out. Also, as you know, hiding in that room was impossible for her, because
the sergeant... She left the building with me last night. It's clear from the documents we've gathered so far. It's impossible to put this crime on her. However... It's as it always is. The truths I uncover only change the world for the worse. But why is that? However, if one of the people we investigated is our culprit, even though I know that, even with all the anxiety filling my body, it's quite possibly that one of the documents has been altered or fabricated in some way. I'm not ready. I can't face my choices. If our culprit tricked us with this part, anyone could be the culprit. Oh. If the culprit really is one of the task force, that person may have manipulated a document in order to hide key evidence. What part could be the culprit's fabrication?
Couldn't it be this, though? Dried flour, maybe. And it's unused recently. It is. Oh my gosh. Oh no. That dried flour? Yes, the dried flour creates the replica. We thought no one had used it. We thought that way because the surgeon recorded in her memory survey that it hadn't been used in a while. However, if the surgeon made this part up... You mean if she's the culprit? Yes. And if that's the case, this memory survey is the fabrication. If she made use of certain properties the dried flour carries, she could have carried the body into the room without leaving any footprints going out. The property that would allow her to do is so written right here. Wrong one. The flower's use can issue real commands remotely. However, these commands are limited to body movements. After roughly 30 minutes, the replica vanishes on its own. The fact that the replica disappears after 30 minutes. Using this, the culprit could have pulled it off. When our culprit went for that first meeting with the chief, they secretly stole both the dried flour and the rubber ball that served as the murder weapon. Then, at 8:30, the culprit returned to the crime scene. However, it wasn't the real culprit. It was the replica created by the culprit with the help of the dried flour. It followed the orders the culprit gave, knocking on the door to lead the victim out of the room. Then once the victim came out in the hallway, the culprit took the cloth off the bowl and vaporizing the victim's heart. Then the culprit grabbed the victim as he fell. The culprit lacked the strength to move the body, but that was no problem. The culprit just had to make 2 replicas. Then the 2 culprits moved the body back into the room. Since they were already wearing the same shoes as the victim, which the culprit prepared beforehand, they were able to disguise their footprints to look like the victim's. After that, the 2 replicas went over to where the victim hung his clothes, and waited until they disappeared. If the replicas were made about 20 minutes before, that would give them about 10 minutes to commit the crime before they disappeared. So after replacing the staff and heading to where the shoes were, the replicas disappeared. Then the only thing left in the room were the victim's footprints. Just with something unusual about the victim's stride.
That's why the footprints were like that.
Why does it seem so plausible?
To the very end, you refused to name your culprit.
So what are you planning to do about Redfins? As I said before, bringing the investigation to close changes nothing. But are the lot of you alright with that? Will you be able to treat Redfins the same way you've always treated her? We can't postpone this any longer. It's time for you made a choice. All of you. Damn. As for me, I would choose to cover this up. Because I wouldn't see the person John opened his heart to in prison. Considering the threats, her actions were justified too. The threats. But after everything, I think this choice is out of my hands. If you don't decide this yourself, you'd probably have to live with the regret for the rest of your lives. Then in the end, it was her, Pandy, Then in the end, it was her. Pandy. No. Is there anything else? Pandy couldn't have done that.
Dina.
Isn't that right? This isn't the end. Just like always, there's one more thing, right? Right?
Dina, you've got to stop. Then all that's left now is... Note?
The threats. The chief threatened Surgeon Redfins, all because the surgeon pretended to have a mental illness. How could that be turned into a threat? What was the doctor's note in the folder in the case files from 2 years ago? Plus, what reason did the surgeon have for hiding the fact she could use her skill on people 2 years ago? What was she thinking back then? What path did she choose to walk down? If in the very beginning she was able to read into people's pasts, in all the cases thus far.
Note, what are you doing?
That's where we gather all the cases we've solved.
The murder at Tram Tower on October 20th. The murder at Woods on November 25th. The event at Miller Residence on December 10th. And the yesterday's murder on December 24th. In each of these cases, the sergeant, she always...
Oh no. Oh!
As if it really was a suicide, but I see no issues that causes. Doug is able to create objects. He can't make stuff in his novels become real. Why are you doing all this? Maybe they could predict where Bering might run next. That could happen, right? Now there's nothing left to investigate, and nothing left to hide. Wait, what? Oops, sorry.
Note, are your thoughts still a mess?
No, that face. He's already reached a conclusion. Sergeant, are you listening? I figured it out, Sergeant. I know what you wanted.
I see. Finally, you're seeing the real me. Pandy? Tina, I'm sorry about everything from before, and thank you. I've wanted to thank you for 2 years now. Bernard, I've made you carry a heavy burden. My apologies for that.
You can't.
John always talk about you. You too, Brian. Thank you.
It was nothing, I just...
Yes, I'm including that too. I just wanted to say thanks. Note, come to me. We don't have much time, so I'll talk while you walk. Is that okay?
Yes. But that's not the way to the crime scene. She's not at the crime scene. Pardon? I'll be back.
Our conversation will continue by spork. If you want to hear, just keep your sporks upside down. Those who don't want to wish to hear can cover their ears. Neither choice is the wrong one. What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
One way or another, it seems that no one here truly knows the real Redfins.
And that's my fault. Because 2 years ago I lied to Pandy.
I knew.
Huh?
There was no way not to. When Bedden said all that, I could see it on your faces. The part about changing his statement. I figured that out later. This whole time, I knew. But I said nothing. And that's not it. This whole time, every minute of it, I've been deceiving you.
Oh. I'm curious about one thing. Why did you order me to investigate this case?
If I hadn't ordered you to do it, would you have sat there quietly and done nothing? Of course not. I knew it was going to be like this, so I made it look like I was actively taking part in the investigation.
Because of that, you were able to fool the memory survey to hide the truth. Just as you've been doing this whole time. Sergeant, you've been able to touch people. Because of that, you've been able to see the images captured by the victims by touching their bodies. That changes everything. Not just with this case, but with the previous cases and the meaning of everything we've gone through.
Right. Tell me what you're thinking.
The case at Tramp Tower. First day I arrived. The one where the clown Geller killed the ringleader. There was one clue I didn't understand. The blood on the ceiling. That was the only clue not left by Geller's crime. Maybe it was a trap, a lure she constructed to interfere with our investigation. The victim had his propulsion skill. Thus, if the victim had actually used his skill to kill himself, it would have left a mark on the ceiling. And if the crime had been ruled out suicide, all the members of Trump Tower would have been cleared of all their charges. That was what Geller wanted. So she prepared her trap. But her trap was missing one thing. The victim's Baru file. We didn't have it, so we couldn't have known the skill. It would have been impossible to rule it as suicide. But it just so happened that you went to the gambling hall and got your hands on his burial file. I'm sure you knew that the clue you were holding had nothing to do with the facts of the crime. After all, you knew Geller did it with a single touch. You knew, but you didn't tell us a thing. You left the scene of the crime to get his Baru file. And then, when the investigation hit rough waters, you reminded me that the victim was a staffer. In the end, you were leading me to the conclusion that the victim committed suicide.
It's not that I wanted you to ignore Geller's sins. It's just I wanted it to be the police, not us, who brought her in. I didn't think her evil enough to be forced to take part in the project. I saw everything the victim did to Geller. His blows were only one small part of the views. Yet when Geller killed the victim, she was crying.
Next, we went to Woods, the facility that handled creatures. The culprit was Kendrick Hawes. He used the other suspects like chess pieces to kill his own boss. But Woods held one more secret, one unrelated to the truth of the case. The inhuman creature research being carried out in the underground lab. It was named Beck, the vice president, who was in charge of them. You accidentally came into contact with Beck. That was when you found out about the facility. Those atrocities came as so much of a shock to you that you hit Mr. Beck 2 times. Sergeant, you were afraid of what might happen if those secrets were to be revealed to the outside world. So when Detective Thena suggested we continue investigating, you tried to cut her off and end the investigation.
In the end, you saw what effects leaking the information had. That was information that shouldn't have gone out like that. You figured we could always arrest Hawes later on.
Next was the accident, really, at the Miller's residence. It was a tragedy caused by the victim's own foolish behavior and the lack of communication between husband and wife. I'm not sure when it was that you touched Miss Miller, but you had plenty of time to do so. Brian and I arrived at the scene late, and Detective Thena was investigating the second crime scene. You knew the pain the truth of the case would bring to Miss Miller, so you tried to hand the case off to materials. Then, during the investigation, Zadvaring ran off due to my mistake. The only thing you were doing there was trying to get me to give you an answer. But Brian and I continued our investigation. When we finally uncovered the truth, you tried to convince Brian and I to conceal the truth from Miss Miller.
I still think not telling her was the right answer. However, Brian knew the truth as well, and he made his choice. I merely decided to respect his decision. It's dangerous to think I'm the only one with the right answers.
Then there was the case yesterday. The murder with the Oppenheimers in the underground. With that one, it was hard to find the truth. Even with our ability to read memories from corpses, it was also quite difficult youth to naturally graze against the suspects. But yesterday, you made your clearest move. When I was revealing the truth about Doug, you tried to deceive us by saying there was a memory on the memo left at the crime scene when the memory didn't exist. All in an effort to cover up the truth.
Did I really want to save Doug? I'm not so sure. But considering how much you know about the Noahs, I had to do everything in my power to stop you. Yes, that was what was best for me.
That's it. That's your secret. You find out the truth before everyone else, and if that truth turns out to be dangerous, you change it. You alter it, until it's the ideal truth for you. For 2 years, Surgeon, ever since that fateful day, you've been carrying on just like this, haven't you? It's just like 2 years ago when Detective Thena hid the truth about the suicide for your sake.
That's right. Just like Brian also knew the truth and said nothing. Just like the people most precious to me did for me. However, I knew everything. That day of all days, it was impossible for me to see nothing. I saw it all. I saw him tie that noose around his neck. And I saw how he swung back and forth like a pendulum. But because of this red light on my arm, that won't ever come off. I couldn't continue on as if I knew nothing. But that was when I realized there was something I could do. After all that pain I lived through, I was going to keep it away from others. Note, it was good to hear all your stories. When I heard the stories of all the sufferings your words brought to me, I felt like I wasn't alone in the world. Finally, we come to stand face to face.
I'm starting to get scared. Is the person behind the door really the person I knew her to be? Oh no. She's not gonna be there, is she? Oh, she is.
What's wrong, Note? You can start things off.
Sergeant, aren't we detectives?
Yes, we are detectives.
But our job isn't about changing the world.
The world doesn't change because one person in this immense city feels despair, and even if we cling on to what hope we have to keep living, the world stays the same as it's always been. Note, I'm not trying to do something as grandiose as change the world. I'm only trying to help people I can, those within my circle of influence.
But that's not our job.
You're right, but it's something only we can do. As a person who first find the truth and tell of it, we can help people.
Even if the people don't want our help.
The moment they want help is the same moment they find out the truth. But then, we can't help them. We can't do anything to hold back that pain. We find out the truth, judge it, and move on. That's the best we can do.
Sergeant, that doesn't help. But murdering the chief, was that to help people too?
It was. You learn the truth, you'll understand. Is there a single person in the world who deserves to die? That's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be fretting of that now. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. That's the only important topic for the likes of us. But for now, just trust me, and wait a second. When the time is right, I promise, I'll tell you. Trust, affection, emotion. Those turn logic itself illogical. The thought of losing one's relationship is enough sent you down a path of no return. This is just a theory of mine. You can't mix people and reason. Filter all of those out. After all that, only logic should remain. Trust me, Note. You don't always have to focus on the truth. We're detectives, after all. the only thing we believe is in verified truth. Thus, the only thing I can truly say for certain is that the victim lived an additional 4 days. You will have to live with that truth too.
Could you stop talking, please? Sergeant, I just have one more question to ask. Have we ever truly met?
We met last night, right here. That was me. That time alone, that was me.
I can't believe you. We're detectives. Aren't detectives supposed to find out the truth?
Indeed. And you found out the truth. Not to find the truth that lies beyond what you see. That's all I did. And in the end, John died. Ned, you've dug up more in your 2 months here than anyone else in this city has. But all the truths you found, what did it bring? Ned, you already know the answer. The truth is not necessarily noble or benefit to anyone. The truth isn't always right. Some truths can hurt people. I idolized John because he was actually a weak person, like me. Thus, his death. That's right. For us especially, many of the truths we seek are dangerous. That's why, after we find them out, we have a choice to make.
A choice?
I'm not saying you shouldn't uncover the truth. I'm talking about the choices that exist on the other side of truth. I want to become a person who handles the truths that are revealed in the correct way. In that way, the pain I felt, the pain we felt, doesn't have to be felt by everyone.
If the sergeant knows, I know is who I think she is. She's more kind and caring than anyone I know. Always looking out for those around her. And she's goddamn clever. I'm sure it isn't just trauma that caused her to act like this. She probably thought about this again and again before reaching her current conclusion. In fact, the advice she threw out to those involved in those cases, even though it was based in lies, definitely would have saved those people. Compared to that, all I did was...
Note, you can choose a different path. You may think these painful truths to be necessary in this world. If you choose that path, then clearly it's going to make things better. Because you're better than everyone else. You may be able to change something I gave up upon. However, I want you to walk together with me. You're the one who knows my pain. I want you to know. I want you to stay by my side. Note, take my hand.
Oh. I'm gonna take her hand. If I take her hand, I'll be walking the same path she's on. From that moment, my life will change. Or will it? It feels like the world around me is speaking to me. It's telling me the time is it's like telling me the time to choose is here. It's telling me this choice would determine the path my life will follow into the future. However, if an instant's choice really determines all that, then does that mean everything I've done up to this point means nothing? I've changed since coming to the city. I'm certain of that much. I have lost my ideals, and I have found a goal. I lost justice, and I found people. I lost trust, and I found devotion. I lost fate, and I found hope. Every moment brought about a change in me. Sergeant, if I take your hand, will that change me? If we don't let go, will we not change? Maybe, but I think not.
Note.
Sergeant, I took your hand yesterday, but that wasn't some huge choice. It was just because I wanted to know more about you. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was the same at Trump Tower, same at the woods, at the Milleris's, and yesterday when we visited the underground. I never made a single choice. I just found the truths that were hiding in each place. Each and every time. I simply found the truths lying beyond everything. I'm sorry. Asking me to join you as you reach your hand through the fog. Even now, I only see you in that fog. But past the fog, I think there exists something I sincerely wish for.
Note. We've already seen through the fog. We know that the only thing at the end of it is regret.
Yeah, you're right. So now I want to see past those regrets.
Why? Why try to go that far? Just take my hand and live for people. Together.
Now,
That's enough.
but there's a contradiction. Even though I know it will only cause more suffering, even though I know I'll regret it, still, I want to know more about you. If there's something unclear, I want to find the answer. Because I'm a detective. Sergeant, you and I are not so different.
Why must you keep trying to move forward? Out of all the truth I've uncovered thus far, I can't point to a single good one.
That's how it is now. But people change as they move forward. I knew nothing about this place, and the people here. Yeah, I became a person who could stand at your side. I became a person that Detective Thena and Detective Brian could rely on. I don't think the cases we solved are the end of the story. I'm sure there will exist something beyond that. And I want to keep moving forward. To find out what this is. I want to find out what that is. Also, even if I lose you now, I'll be able to find you one day.
Then you knew.
It's because before, when we were talking on the sporks, I knew you were hiding behind a fog so I couldn't see your face. You used the dyed flower, didn't you?
I'm sorry. I wanted to meet you up here myself. But I already know how things would turn out. After all, you never let me win.
Sorry.
No. I'm the only person who should be apologizing. I'm sorry I showed you nothing but lies to the very end. But I didn't want to get caught. The fog turned out to be too thin. I've burned through all the secrets I had. Seriously. It was a dumb precaution to take. When it comes to hiding feelings, no one's got more confidence than me.
Honestly,
It's not even funny.
Sergeant. We're not right for each other in the slightest, but I know you wanted to hide your face. But what I'm seeing now is what I've been wandering around this search for.
That's why
I wanted to hide it even more.
I knew you'd come looking for me. If you say you'll come looking, I figured I'll want to let you find me. But I don't want to have to rely on anyone else again. If I try to rely on you, you might leave me too. So,
you have to run away from me. Because I'll always be one step quicker. And I'll catch up with you, Sergeant. The day will come when I catch you. I hope you'll be there waiting.
right, you do that. It's always that way. You chose the path I don't want to follow down. Always, always. Note, up the sewer drain under your foot.
This is
The music
box. Of course, you had it the whole time.
inside. I placed the truth I needed to hide the most. Whenever you're ready, you can open it.
What do you think? What do you think? It's, recording now.
Sounds handy. I can't think of a number of uses depending on the situation.
Yes, you're right. It took me a long time to figure out how it works, though.
Indeed, certainly sounds like it would.
Your reaction feels a bit lackluster.
Indeed, it is. Apologies. Indeed, it is. Apologies.
Well, that's understandable. Sergeant Redfins, you've been great help throughout these years. One day the lot of you did stop listening to me, though. It actually turned out to be quite nice. It turned out quite helpful for me to get my message across.
Indeed.
I'm sure life will get easier for you when you don't have me lurking around. There'll be no one like me ordering you around, but you won't be able to do whatever you please like before.
You never know.
I'll miss that cheeky attitude of yours too. However, I do have one final request.
Ask away.
It's about Detective Case. You won't need him anymore. We succeeded as a plan in getting him noticed by the cabinet secretary. Now it's time for him to trim their losses.
But Lotrick has become an integral part of our division.
It's not a question of how useful is it to you lot. It's that I've got no more use of the Detective Case.
Thanks to him, I got my promotion. Case is now only a threat. That lad's so curious he would give John Medden a run for his money. If I left him where he was, he'd probably catch me by one or two of my tails. I'm finally be able to breathe, so I can't let that ankle biter be sniffing at me out now.
Speaking of which, do you have a good strategy moving forward?
A good strategy? What do you mean?
I mean, are you going to scare the lad off? That's one method. Or were you going to take a more heavy-handed approach? Tomorrow, it'll be goodbye to the ground level for me. Not in my nature to be leaving behind possible threats. Though some methods may be a little bit too extreme.
Do you have to? Lotrick has always attracted the attention of the cabinet security. Do we really have to go that far?
If you lot can think of a good way, I'll just do it how I was planning tomorrow. What do you think? If your results are good enough, I might be able to return the favor.
I can think of one good way.
As expected for the Sergeant Redfins. The ace up my sleeve. If you tie all this up with a pretty ribbon, I'll get rid of the files I have got stashed away.
But I need you to test run. Would it be alright if I borrowed a few pieces of the staff you have here?
My staff,
I just need to... Actually, I'll need this musical box too. My test run will take an hour, and then I'll give them right back.
Alright, I mean, what's an hour? There's nothing but a nuisance to have around without being used.
Well then, I'll be back at 8:30. Ah, and would you mind telling me your shoe size? I was thinking of getting you a farewell present.
Oh, sensible to the very end. The ones I've got here, let's see, 9.5. It's time to say goodbye. And I'm actually quite sad to be going.
Indeed. Now it's truly farewell.
Oh. Sergeant, the reason you killed the chief, it was all because of me. Sergeant, why? Why would you hide this from me? If I had known, I could have...
Bye, Note. For now, I can go no further. So, if the day does come for you to catch me, on that day, reach your hand out to me.
Oh no.
We found you! Note, are you okay?
So, where'd she go? Detective Brian, Athena, you were listening in. We were. Then the Sarge you met here. From the very beginning, she was talking through the sporks. The one up here was a replica made by the dried flower. Then it was all a pack of lies? Yes, everything I saw, everything I heard, everything I touched. It was all a fabrication. However, I think she left behind a little truth.
You mean the conversation recorded on the musical box? You mean the conversation recorded on the... You mean the conversation recorded on the music box?
The fact that was the Sarge did was to save you. Right. Though she wanted to hide it from me. The surgeon I trusted was contained in here. You think so? This at the very least, I won't let go of, no matter what happens. Note, no matter what happens, never. Right, it certainly seems that way.
Of course. Because you, more than anyone, are a detective.
So, get your things out of here.
No, you can't really be disbanding our unit, can you? Wasn't the mood last night so nice at the end? Doesn't that call for a cancellation of this disbanding business?
Such things aren't decided by mood. You found out the truth, but the culprit was the head of your division. Then your surgeon took flight and now is missing. If you think about it, things are worse now than ever before.
You got me there.
If we've come to an understanding, clear out quickly. From today, this office is to be the headquarters of the Birds Football Club.
Why a football club? That's so disgraceful. It's like saying we're less productive than a football team.
Don't discount our football club like that. We are really giving it our all out there. Oh, oops. Don't discount our football club like that. We're really giving out all out there.
You're member too. Drats. What are Noah and Brian up to at a time like this?
Well, surprisingly, they might actually be doing something of importance. Is this the right way? It seems to be getting darker. Don't worry, this is just a corridor for people use. That explanation has me more worried. Now, would you please tell me who we're going to meet? Who's this person for you called for me? I can tell you, but first and foremost, apologies are in order. Huh?
Note, a certain topic of importance has brought up a number of times yesterday. Would you happen to remember that top secret project?
You're talking about the project Tetrapod. Of course, you must be a part of that project, huh?
Indeed, actually, you knew?
It's just that there's been a lot of weight on your words these days, so when I saw that folder yesterday, I had a thought.
How'd you simply have a thought in all this chaos? I mean, it is you, so I knew you'd figure out on your own day one day. 2 years ago, Medan, Chief of Operations back then, recommended me for the project. I guess keeping your word was someone asks a favor, helps with keeping secrets. The purpose of the Tetrapod project is to eliminate all mana. If the project were to succeed, it would eliminate the need for the Bureau, and its control over Pheno mana. There are quite a number of employees within the Bureau who wouldn't find that idea pleasing, thus the project is kept confidential, even for those within the Bureau.
But are you okay with this? According to the sergeant yesterday, the project treats criminals in rather inhuman ways.
Right, that's actually the reason why I participate in this project. With me directly involved with the project, I can participate in the experiments that may cross the line.
I see. And why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
That's because you're not completely unrelated to the project. Cabinet Secretary?
Are you the person who wanted to see me?
That's right. I guess you weren't expecting me.
What does he mean I'm not completely unrelated?
Caucasus Brian, explain. Pardon me, alright.
If he was just going to have Detective Brian explain, why the hell did he make his appearance now?
Note, the purpose of this said Tetrapod project is to combine various skills forming one singular powerful skill. We want to create one new skill with the power to wipe mana from the world. Acquiring the supply of staffers and staff to use as materials for the project is hard enough, but putting together all those skills and mapping out how they fit together is the hardest task. All it would take is a single misstep to cause a huge incident. That's why the Cabinet Secretary needed a special person to be in charge of creating the blueprints of what the skill may look like moving forward. Then the Chief of Investigations had a noteworthy piece of news. In order to get noticed by the Cabinet Secretary, the Chief of Investigations had been scouting out the right person for the mapping role. That's when he happened to find someone. Not a staffer, but a superhuman in his own right due to his powers and logic of deduction. That's you. Not trick case.
I have conditions.
Note, were you not listening to my explanation?
I heard you. You're saying you need my help with the project.
Tell me. Pardon me. These conditions of yours, tell me. I'm really not following the two of you.
I have 3 conditions. The first is like Detective Brian said before. I want to be involved in handling the treatment of the staffers used as project subjects.
Alright. The only one higher authority than you will be me. Next.
Good, that was fast. I didn't really want to work with the man, but we might be able to bounce some ideas off each other. The next is this. I was going to ask a favor from Chief Medan for this one, but I guess this is better.
For what exactly?
It's about the Bureau regulations regarding the staffer with the threat level Noah. Doug Touchstone. Doug's skill seems omnipotent at first glance, but his changes are limited to the creation of objects and entities. Based on that particular characteristic, I think it's possible to lower his threat to a controllable level. If you handle him now, I've written out, he should be able to safely use his skill until he has it under control. If you're able to bring a Noah under your control, he may be a huge help to the project, don't you think?
So you're asking me not to kill him? Note, when did you do all this? You're getting sloppy. Controlling information he's exposed to and planning his daily pattern. These are methods already implemented. Even with all this, there's still a 0.1% chance of the Noah becoming a threat, so it's safer to eliminate him. However, I am quite interested in this part about using him in conjunction with another skill to suppress his skill use. That could help us acquire a large amount of data for the project. I'll delay the elimination of the Noah by 10 days. You've got until then to write out a more detailed list of regulations for the subject.
Okay.
Quite splendid, as expected, Note. You're farther from the ordinary.
Then it was worth staying up 2 whole days to write this out.
You can all pat yourself on the back later. Our conversation isn't finished. What's your thirst condition?
About that.
No, piano! Just let the piano stay!
Why does an Office of Investigation have a piano in it anyway? Hurry up and get rid of it. If that thing's there, we'll have nowhere to practice our dribbling.
Why are you so serious about football? Why are you so serious about football?
Note, what's going on in that head of yours? With my level of intelligence, I simply can't understand.
In my opinion, I'm not quite sure either.
Note! What are we going to do? They've disbanded the division!
About that, just now I had a talk with the cabinet secretary and advised him to cancel the dissolution of the Man Affairs division.
Really? You're not lying? You're not lying? Really? You're not lying?
However, he rejected the proposal since it was already decided upon.
Then you were lying, huh?
But in its place, the cabinet secretary created a new division of investigations directly under his supervision. We will all be transferring to the new Man Affairs division in the investigations department.
Transferring?
I mean, it's just a formality. We'll basically do exactly the same thing what we were doing before.
There's only one additional rule. We have to directly respond to the beck and call of the tetrapod project.
Tetrapod? I heard a bit about it from Brian yesterday, but how are you really going to be...
So you are now an official member of the Tetrapod Project too, Detective Athena. You may be called down to the underground from time to time.
What? I guess it can't be helped. We'll all be working together though, right?
That's right. All together. All of us, whatever that means now. Everything turned out as expected. Of course, this alternative is far more realistic than taking case alone.
Indeed, things are how they are. We'll be looking forward to working with you, Chief.
What? No, you can't be serious.
Why are you so surprised? I assigned you to the title of Chief of Investigations only yesterday.
I thought all that would go away because of everything that happened yesterday.
As long as Case is the architect behind this project, we are going to need people watching him. You've got to stay on your toes and act swiftly.
Indeed, things happen fast around here.
Stop complaining.
Damn it all.
Hey, I get to call you Chief again. Or shall we use this as my chance to call you Bernie?
I said I'll kill you if you called me that again. I'll be counting on you, Chief, and on a personal note, I prefer you over our last chief. I'm losing it. So, who's going to be the new sergeant of the division? Of course, that should be...
Note.
There really is no other choice.
Huh? I mean, I've only got 2 months of the job now.
Still, you're the only one that I can think of for the position. After all, you created this division.
What of it? Don't think of it as a too... What of it? Don't think of this as a too heavy of a burden. We've only got the 3 of us.
The 3 of us. Right. She's gone now. The title sergeant is still such a different feeling for me. I have no intent of carrying on what she was doing. However, I told her I'd keep moving forward. I'll do it. I'll take on the role of sergeant.
Go get him, Note.
Because it's you, I'm sure you'll do great, Note.
Alright, I'm still inexperienced, but I'll lead the investigations team from now on. I guess I've already been leading the investigations up to this point though, no? I guess very little has actually changed then, huh? If that's settled, let's get straight to work.
For the look of it, you had quite a lot of work piled up. That's because we were detained the whole day yesterday. It's to be expected.
Speaking of which, there was a case I was supposed to solve by this morning.
What? By this morning, you mean...
10 a.m.?
We don't even have an hour left.
Let's head out! To the parking lot, everyone! Hey, John. Hey, John. In the end, I'm here too. Why did you hold out? Just a little longer. If you were still alive, one thing's for certain. As things stand, I'd be like family too. Case 5. Beyond. E-N-D. End. Oh. After checking out the floor plan for the 4th floor of the London Bureau, one might notice that after checking out the floor plan for the 4th floor of the London branch of the Bureau, one might notice a room that looks out. After checking out the floor plan of the 4th floor of the London branch of the Bureau, one might notice a room that looks out of place. When one heads their direction, they might notice an iron gate that wasn't on the floor plan. A damp breeze slips through the door frame. My luck is good today. The fog covers the view. When the fog clears, the horrid view furrows my brow into a disappointed frown. I can see that clock tower of my dreams was never there. But when that nondescript landscape is covered from sight, a multiple people could be down there. On those days, most of what came through the sick puffs of cigarette smoke were lies. But even if it was just a tiny silver, the truth I wished for remained. Just as it does so clearly, somewhere beyond the fog. Oh. That game was fucking amazing, bro. Ooh, doo, doo. Oh. Oh. Patreon people. Oh. Oh, that's cool. They added the Patreon people into the game. Oh. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of people. Yeah, no, I think that game was fucking amazing, bro. Yeah, I don't really necessarily like reading visual novels sometimes because sometimes they don't hit the mark, but this one was really good. the mystery part wasn't really that big part of the game. It was more of the story. And I do think maybe they could have done one more case together so that it didn't really kind of whiplash to the end, but maybe like a case 1, case 2 in between, so that it doesn't kind of just whiplash all the way to the end, or like whiplash to developments. But that was just amazing cut-off music, okay. Alright, so let's start with side stories. I don't know what these do though. If these are long, I'll cancel my Resident Evil 4 stream. This side stories contain spoilers for Case 3. Would you like to spew these episode? Yes, sir.
Hey you, stop right there for me, please. You're the Robin Hood sort of bloke I've been hearing about, huh? With the Phenomena Beru. Thank you for taking the bait we've been hanging out for you. Don't resist, just come quietly. Bollocks, I can't do a thing. Is this a skill or something? He's going to get away. Thena! I know. I know. I know. This is quite the shabby hideout you've got here. Have you perhaps stashed away all the money you've stolen here too?
You shouldn't be able to see anything yet. How?
That's quite the useful skill you have there. But I must apologize. If you're thinking of getting away from me, you'd have to kill off all sounds too. So hands in the air.
Hold your horses, there's no need for this.
Shut it. Turn around and place your hands on her head.
But my work...
I'll have you know I didn't miss on purpose. If you don't want to die, I'd stay put. If not, I'll just start faring blindly. Or you could test your luck. I wouldn't be oppressed. I wouldn't be opposed.
Haven't you ever once thought this city odd?
The only thing making the city odd is criminals like you. Because it feels like you, even as completely innocent staffers, are always being watched. And so death is cheap. Last chance. Now, well, damn. I had my concerns, but to think you'd hide up in a place like this. Pardon me? Don't touch anything. Let's just get out of here. This place is going to... Damn, the exit. Then the single bullet really caused all this. Where'd he go? The whole building is shaking. I can't detect a thing. Ah! You bastard. You want me to kill you where you stand? This time I'll really... Huh? My vision's returning.
What?
What? No. Did he push me out of the way? This can't be. This can't be. You didn't. Thena!
London, Dartford Road, 4 years before Notrick's arrival in London.
Huh? What was that? You're looking where you're going, right? If I'm going to die today, I'd rather it not be in a car accident, okay? Sorry. Never thought I'd get a sorry out of you. You're acting weird these days. I mean that. I know. I can also... Bloody hell. You can't be serious. Is this really all about what happened in that collapsing building? It is. It is. It is. Of course it is. If you've been hurting, you should have told someone about it sooner. If it's bad enough, they could have given you 2 days off. If I figured you'd say that, but you've got me all wrong. It's just that thief pushed me out of the way and got crushed under all that rubble instead. Don't tell me you're not feeling guilty for his death, are you? If you are, you're sort of scaring me. It's not quite guilt. It feels like something more instinctual than that. Regardless, it's getting to me. Didn't think that Layne, the human blender of probations, third division, could be bothered by such of human concerns. What, is that really what people call me? And no, that's just what I call you in my own brain. I mean, if it bothers you that much, I've got just a thing for you. Trust your good friend with this one. What are you planning? I'll set you up with a nice boy. That was dumb of me thinking she was actually going to conform me after all this. How about we instead you open up that door and jump to your death? No, I'm really being serious. Uh-huh. And I'm serious about you jumping to your death too. To be so cute and dumb. We can have you single for your whole life. Do you know how helpful it would be to know there's always that one person on your side? Don't you worry, I know about 30 guys crazy for blondes. Pick your favor, and I'll serve one up in a heartbeat. You've got a pretty face enough that if you laid on a cutesy act even a bit, they'd be falling for you left and right. Sounds like a recipe for one crazy night. Let's just kill ourselves. I could ram into a telephone pole over there and do the deed. Hold on a second. It never really feels like you're joking when you talk like that. Hold up. I'm sorry. Layne, let's put off the dying for later. Head to my office. I need a word for you. Okay. Okay. Understood. I'll be waiting. Why is the chief calling you in? You do something you shouldn't have? No, I didn't do anything wrong, I think. No, I didn't do anything wrong, I think. Side 1. New beginnings. Okay, yeah, I think this is gonna be long. I shouldn't have started it. Office of the Chief of Operations, 4 years before. October 25th, 12:30. Chief, you wanted to see me? You're back. Have a seat. I'd rather stand. Do you have a job for me? I want you to head to the Manor Affairs Division. Where's that? Do you know where that London branch is? Investigations Department is? There's a division there that looks into cases where phenomena come into play. No. So that means you're assigning me. That's right. If he's moving me to investigations... Did I do something wrong? You've done quite a lot wrong, but this is no order, it's a recommendation. If you'd like to remain in probations, that's your choice to make. However, that would mean that events you've been thorough may end up repeating themselves, no? Recently, you've become more and more passive. Ever since the bank heist, that is. Before, I used to think the things I was doing were right. But now, if you only transfer to the Manor Affairs Division, you'll no longer have the resort to violence. You're losing it. It might not be a bad idea to do some menial tasks for a while you let off some steam. I hear you. I'll go. I'm off to the Manor Affairs Division yet. I'll go. I'm off to the Manor Affairs Division yet. Oh, I'll go. I'm off to the Manor Affairs Division then. Great. Then move your things. Huh? Right now? No, but we do need to get things ready for your replacement and make sure you've finished by next Tuesday. My baby brother works in that division, so look after him, will you? I feel like I've been tricking into this. I haven't, have I? Hey, traitor! Call me whatever you will. I'm prepared to take whatever you've got. Hey, Pixby! Investigations was set up as an experimental department a few years back. It's already going down the tubes. I heard they're about to dismantle another division over there. After that, the Manor Affairs Division is going to be all that's left. Yes, I know. Then get a hold of yourself and cancel the transfer like I just said. Just one crazy night with a muscle man will make all those bad feelings go away. Uh-huh. Go crawl in a hole and die somewhere, please. I can't even joke at the very end of everything. You're not going to treat your toll workers at your new division this way, are you? What if I do? You said you liked how honest I was, didn't you? I mean, that's because we're in the department full of macho men. But think of the wimps over there in investigations. I bet if they caught a tiny whiff of gunpowder, they'd all think it's a gas leak and flip their lids. Freya's actually got a point on that one. Their job is different from ours, so I guess I'd follow the sentiments differ as well. Regardless, it's going to be a hard change my tune now. Maybe I can just act like I'm her. Come to think of it, that bloke works over in that division, doesn't he? That bloke? Caucasus Brian. Actually, you two went to the training facility the same year. We did? You did. He's a nice guy.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I forgot about something. Let's postpone the Resident Evil 4 stream, sadly. I don't think I'll finish this game.
Now that I'm about to go in there, I'm feeling quite nervous. How do cheery people normally introduce themselves? Hi. Hello everyone. Starting today, I'll be counting on a lot of you. Okay, let's go with that. Hello everyone, I'm Thena Venice, but you can call me Thena. Starting today, I'll be counting on a lot of you. Woohoo, I am sure I'm excited to get started. Great, now I want to crawl in a hole and die.
Who is this exactly?
New transfer. She came from probations.
What? And you're telling me about this now?
Sharing information is what being a detective is all about, isn't it? No use making a big things out of it. I myself just heard about it 20 minutes ago. From their chief, nonetheless.
That makes more sense.
I think I've made a mistake in coming here. Is it too late to head back?
I couldn't believe it when I heard the name. It's been a while, Thena.
Right, the nice guy. Now I remember. Oh yes, been a while, Cocky. You know this girl?
We were in the same year. Back at the training center.
Then you two must be close.
No, it's not. No, it's not like that.
Huh?
I mean, we are super close. BFFs even. Venus, you said to call you Thena, right? My apologies, but you've caught us at a busy moment. If you got any questions, keep them brief. Right, of course. Excuse me, but, I'm Pandoria Redfins. Pandoria? So Pandy for her. Just so you know, I'll be your new sergeant. So you're the sergeant. Ma'am? What do you know about the Man Affairs Division? Almost nothing, ma'am. Well, to put it simply, it's our job to solve the cases the police can't. If probation's is made up of the people in charge of catching stafers, you can think of us as the people who tell them which stafers to catch. I see, ma'am. Could we drop the ma'ams? I'm not a fan of any sort of formality that might slow down the reporting process. I see. Well then, I'm looking forward to working with you, Pandy. Great, I think that was a good shot at being friendly.
John Medden, looking forward to working with you, Thena.
John Medden. That make him Johnny. Then you're the brother of the chief of operations.
Yeah, that's me.
I heard you used to work in operations too. You were actually quite the name around our department.
It certainly seems that way. They'd rather not have to think about my time over there.
I see. Sorry.
Is that perhaps what brought you here too? To forget about the things that happened over in operations?
I'm not sure about that myself. Just yet. Could be.
I had a feeling. But you won't regret transferring over here.
The Manor Affairs Division is a good place.
Though our chief can be a little frustrating to deal with.
Speaking of which, my old chief asked me to look after you.
Is that so? That's something he should be working on himself.
Is that so? If I'm remembering right, if I'm remembering right, it was Cocky, right?
It was, and I'm remembering right, you had a habit of making pet names from everyone.
Yes, that's because I'm bad at remembering names. It's better if I can bring them all to 2 syllables.
Wasn't it you who made a pet name for our instructor, sending the class into an uproar?
Haha! Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Right, and our instructor believed in collective responsibility, so she punished the whole class for that.
She did, huh? Sorry about that.
No need for apologies, it's all a memory now. Saying out loud actually makes me miss those times. Indeed, all that happened back then.
This bloke got a hell of a memory. I've never been one to try to record my time back at training center. After all, the horrible memories outnumber the good ones by a long shot. Mr. Cocky, Caucasus Brian. I remember he was so obedient, and he was the teacher's pet on a number of occasions. Also, his obedience bordered on submissive. Well, that seems like that for our brief instructions. I'd appreciate if we could get you right to work. Right now? Isn't there something you should tell me or do first? I'm not the best at sitting work and teaching, plus we haven't had time for that.
On top of that, traditionally it's the scene of the crime where a true investigator proves she's up to the snuff.
Is that so?
Brian, for the case you were just telling me about, how about we sub in Athena for me, and you two go check it out. That could work. The cases assigned to me are slightly easier than those assigned to you in the Sarge. Then that settles it. From now on, the two of you are partners.
Just like that? Just like that. Well then, let's see you straight off to the scene of the crime. Conversations here sure do play out quickly. Are these people always so swamped? Still, this is different from my time in probations. I feel a certain vitality in the air.
Shall we head to the car? I'll fill you in all the details of the way.
And Athena, may I have a word with you before you go? Why? I saw your bureau file. You're able to detect vibrations, yes? Yes, and I imagine you normally use your skill to hunt down your targets. However, such methods won't be much help in our division. So what will your role be here? I'd like you to give that some thought. I hear you loud and clear, Pandy.
Well then, we're off.
Pandy? Don't you have a job you should be doing?
London, Dartford Road, 1960-something, November 1st, 3:30. I really should have just put this on another time. So this is our crime scene.
Why does it have to be here? Just reminds me of that time before. What are you jotting down exactly? Can't make out anything from this far.
Of course, I can make out everything. Have you forgotten my skill?
Sorry, but what was it again?
Right, we were instructed to refrain from discussing our skills at training center, so it's natural for you not to know. To put it simply, my skill allows me to spot trace evidence more easily. I can even make out what time said trace evidence was left.
Oh, so you can see footprints. The like. Sounds useful to me. Seems like we will be able to track our fleeing fugitive in no time.
I hardly use my skill in such ways, but it seems you've got the gist of it. Right, here I see fingerprints, but the object they've been left on is transparent. Maybe ice or some weapon made of ice. No, it's not cold enough.
Huh? Is there something there? I don't see a thing.
A skill. A skill that allows someone to make objects transparent from the size of the object. It looks to me like a kitchen knife. There are prints all over it. On top of that, the time that wound was inflicted on the victim and the time the prints were left are identical. The culprit must have misplaced the transparent object, leaving it at the crime scene.
Then we just need to find a person with the skill to Then we just have to find a person with the skill to make objects transparent. Sounds easy enough to wrap up. Let's just ask the Chief of Investigations to roll some bureau files.
Well then, I'll leave that to you. In the meantime, I'll check out the area around the victim a bit more thoroughly.
Huh? Alright. Alright. Why though? I should be done in about an hour. Who would have known it'd take 4 hours to read through a single bureau file? Is it because investigations is such a small department?
No, it's probably just that our chief is as lazy as they come.
I never thought I'd miss the bluntness of the Chief of Operations. The day after I transferred departments nonetheless.
From what I found out, the name of the bureau file belongs to a chef who worked at the same restaurant as our victim. According to the statements given by their co-workers, the two of them were quite at odds with one another. The chief there lives, it seems he lives, right here.
From the heartbeats I can detect, there's only one person inside. Alright, leave the rest to me.
Pardon?
Hands up! If you move a muscle, I'll add one more hole in your head!
Ah! What? Dina, hold on for a moment.
So, I just couldn't stand it anymore. He was always looking down his nose at me, cursing me. So that's why I just thought I'd scare him. Ah, so cliche.
That's pity, but in the end, the victim lost his life. It's you who must pay for that crime.
May I ask one last favor? Huh? The cactus in my room. It was my mother's. Would you water it every now and then again, so it doesn't die? It really wouldn't be all that often. Are you serious right now? You kill someone's precious little baby, and then have the gall to turn around and talk about your own precious family memories? The man you killed, he couldn't ask for one last favor.
Alright, I'll take care of the cactus for you.
No. Are you being serious right now? Thank you. I'm ever so grateful. Truly. Is he really crying over a cactus? This murderer. I remember now. For you it didn't matter who asked the favor. You always granted it, huh? All of our classmates called you the nice guy, but that was no compliment.
Rubs you the wrong way, granting the last favor of a killer.
Honestly, it does. Hearing a person like that thank me would make me feel so dirty.
Indeed, that may be the natural response. Unfortunately, having someone like that to be grateful to me or need me makes me glad.
Self-gratification, then.
You really have me figured out.
You must have fallen and hit your head or something. Who cares if someone says thank you? Does that mean you're going to help someone kill later too?
Of course, the foo must play a factor. I'll have you know that I do detest those who would abuse my odd personality or the evil people who cannot be forgiven.
Ah, the murderers don't fall into that category of evil people who can't be forgiven.
Call it a side effect of the job. When I conjecture about the motives of the crimes for committing the crimes, I intentionally see them as people. The fact that said criminal committed said crime only speaks to one aspect of the personality. I'm not saying that their choices were morally right by any means, but I believe I exist so that they'll have at least a single person in this world who's on their side. After all, Dina, you've also committed murder. I've heard the rumors of the habits you were known to fall back on during your time in the operations.
Don't you dare compare me to those criminals. Do you know how many fellow officers those miscreants slaughtered?
My apologies. This will neither the time or nor the place to bring such things up. Of course, I'm not saying it's the same thing, and I don't mean to point fingers, but I believe that you did what you thought was right. I doubt many people would actually admit it, but there are many in this world who think you like you do.
You're right. I did exactly that. I don't know though. Now I'm not sure if I ever really was in the right. There was this thief. It happened right here on the street. The thief crept into a bank vault, cleaned out the cash with none the wider, and redistributed that money to those in need. Those in need mostly being the staffers forced out onto the streets due to the discrimination. Of course, the papers start calling the guy Robin Hood. For me, of course, he was nothing more than a common criminal. I mean, it's not like he made the world any better of a place, right? A few beggars got lucky. And if the bank were to go bust thanks to this, it would only cause more damage. Didn't he realize his deeds would only further stain the image we staffers have? I figured he's simply putting on a show because he couldn't cope with the fact that he was a common criminal. Or that maybe he was nothing more than a narcissistic psychopath. I couldn't stand the fact that he was strutting about, thinking himself a hero. But then, he saved my life. He pushed me out of a crumbling building, dying in my stead. That day, I was ready to put a bullet in him if needed. But actually, I had already fired a shot that day, but it missed the target due to my being unable to see from his skill. If my shot had found its home, I'd have been crushed to death. Fortunate, really. Right when I was about to gun down a criminal who would end up saving me, I missed. How is that even possible? I fired my weapon a number of times before that one shot. I mean, truly, I've pulled that trigger so many times, all without a moment's hesitation. In all actuality, was it just dumb luck? My gun was supposed to miss the target just that one time. If the thief had survived, I'd still probably would have arrested him. Regardless, I'd love to have given him a passing thanks for saving me. Even now, I still wish I could say it. I began to have my suspicions. I knew I could say in probations, which is why I came to this division. Yet I only ended up frightening myself even more. If I've been wrong this whole time, then there really is no difference between me and the criminals I abhor. If I come to that realization right here and now,
Then you can use that as your chance to turn over a new leaf.
huh?
On the other hand, if you do judge your actions up to this point as having been right, you can just go back to where you were.
Are you even thinking before you speak? All the criminals I've called up to this position point are paying for their sins. I've even killed a few of them. Yet, I'm the only one free to start over with a care in the world.
Indeed, if that is the truth, you might have the greatest luck in the world, huh?
Cocky. Seriously. Your moral code has gone to dogs.
You think so?
Lucky? Me? I've never thought myself lucky a single time. Can I really change? Can I just accept that I have better luck than everyone else? About the side effect you said before. How do you manage? How are you able to view those low-life criminals as people?
How do I? In my case, I think it happens when I listen to their sides of the story.
Listening to their side of stories. Now listening to their stories, like thorough interrogations. Come to think of it, I've always placed fists and guns before words. But how would I know if the stories I heard were true or not? I'm not really that intelligent. If someone were to decide they wanted to trick me, I'd fall victim to their deceit in a heartbeat. Is there nothing I can do?
The Sarge mentioned your skill before, yes?
Yes, I guess she did. She also said it would be of no use to us with the way I've been using it.
If she really thought you'd be no use to us, she would never have taken her on.
she would have fired you and kicked you out of her office. She said what she did in regards to the way you've been using it. If you were to use your skill in some other way, don't you think you could help out with our investigations?
Some other way. If I were to use my vibration detection for investigations. Ah!
Did you come up with a good idea?
I did. Thanks, Cocky. I feel like there's something I could do.
No need to thank me. It's my nature to help people like this.
Right. Of course, it's just me. This guy is as kind as... of course, it's not just me. This guy is as kind as can be to everyone. He's just that kind of man. Sort of frustrating, really. Why is that? Do you know how helpful it would be to know that there's always that one person on your side? You, accept every favor that I asked of you, right?
Not any favor, but,
How would you like to be my boyfriend? Think you could accept that one?
Sounds great.
Huh?
Well then, would you like to grab dinner after work? I know a place that cooks up some good Indian cuisine. Let's head that way.
1 year later, Mana Affairs Division.
We're back.
Woohoo! And it's good to be back. Good job, you two. That's your third case solved today, yes? For some reason, we got lucky today. After a tiny bit of questioning, he caved in, confessed to everything. I mean, we've had good luck, but we're still falling short on the bar you set, Pandy, so it's nothing to boast about just yet. Come now, you were just lucky enough to be born with a skill that lends itself into investigations. On the other hand, you've had to develop the use of your skill through training. In my opinion, you've gained the right to brag. Aw, hearing you say that, Pandy, just makes me feel self-conscious.
The increase in the amount of criminals who merely give themselves up is all due to the work you've done on your skill. As things stand, I think you could carry out your work without me. Don't you think?
Huh? Do you really think so? Well, Layne certainly learned how to apply her skill properly, but her logical deduction abilities are still lacking. Brian has also been known to be unable to abandon one's strict line of reasoning. It might be better for the two of you to stick together so you don't lock the wrong person up for a crime. Right, after all, I'm still lacking in a number of ways.
That's nothing to get excited about.
Layne, there's something here to see you in the corridor.
Oh, thank you. Well then, I'll be right back. Alright.
Brian, I was listening from outside. Why'd you have to say all that? And in front of Layne, nonetheless, that's not like you. It's not like we're up to our boys and working or anything. Did something happen between you and Layne?
Indeed, I was getting a bit ahead of myself. These days, I feel like Layne's been trying to put some space between us, though nothing to note has happened precisely. I imagine perhaps that she's grown tired of being stuck right on my side all the time.
It seems as though the honeymoon phase is over, eh? I haven't imagined the day would come for the two of you as well.
It could be the other way around from what he's saying. Hey yo, it's been a while. Oh, Freya! Wow, how long has it been? Don't tell me, are you here because you missed me? And who are you exactly? It's me, Layne Heavenus. What are you trying to pull? If you take one step closer, I'll shoot. No, I swear, it's natural for someone's personality to change a bit after a whole year, no? No, this is... No, this is too much for a single year. Honestly, you're scaring me. Are you sure a staffer with some sort of mind control skill didn't steal your body away? What's that supposed to mean? That has never and will never happen. Well, you certainly look better than you did before you left us. Have you made all those bad feelings you had go away? Yes, I've had time to write my thoughts since coming here, and now I think I'm more sure of that, what work I'm supposed to be doing. Is that so? I envy you. But you didn't come all this way just to tell me you envy me, right? What's going on? Ah, I just had something I wanted to check out for a moment. Something to check? I mean, just come with me. Harris Leto. He's a shoemaker who sells the shoes he makes on the streets. Singer, good reputation in his neighborhood. Distinguishing feature, he's missing his left arm, so it seems there are people who witness him using his skill. Did he get rid of his arm in order to ditch his stay for identification bracelet? I've seen the type, though it's quite odd that he'd go all the way... did he get rid of his arm in order to ditch his stay for identification bracelet? I've seen the type, though it's quite odd that he'd go all the way up to the elbow. We thought the same, and decided to investigate, but the problem lies in the skill he carries. His skill? What might that be? Ranged visual suspension. Visual suspension? By that you mean... thank you for your patronage. Please spread the word of those you meet. Haven't you ever once thought this city was odd? Huh? Who said this one? Haven't you ever once thought this city was odd? Haven't you... What do you think? That's the voice, right? Oh. Haven't you ever once thought this city odd? It is right. Welcome, women's shoes are right on the... welcome, women's shoes are on the right. How are you alive? Pardon me? Are you... It can't be! You were dead. The building was crumbling around us, and you pushed me away. Because of that Was it all a pack of lies? Speak! It's the other way around. What? You couldn't see, so you couldn't know. That building housed stuff. There was a piece of stuff I used to move through walls when I pulled off my heist. Staff? I was about to use that to move through the floor and escape through the basement, but right then you appeared waving your gun around. When that building started collapsing, all I could think about was getting away. That's why I pushed you and jumped through the floor I had the staff set up at. Then I made my way through the dame pipes and made my escape. But in my hassle, I lost my arm. Was that really how it went? Because of this loser, That's when I heard you scream. I thought you died up there. Huh. I was just a common criminal. All I wanted to do was use my skill and the staff I happened upon to escape my life of poverty. It was never about some grand cause, like giving away the money to the poor. All that, it was just to relieve some of the guilt. It wasn't until I thought my actions led to the death of someone that I realized that. But you're alive. I'm so glad that's the case. You may not believe me, but I always wanted to tell how sorry I was. It really is the other way around then. I've always wanted to tell you how thank you for... It really is the other way around then. I've always wanted to tell you how thankful I was. What? I was so just angry then, with the way I was living and all the colleagues who died along the way. I thought it was all caused by criminals I had faced down. I thought the punishment dished out was too light, so the trigger felt so easy to squeeze in the name of making the world a better place to live in. But you can't just lump everyone together, think they're all the same, and label them all criminals. Yet I never thought to learn this fact, so I wanted to think just that, and wipe them off from this earth. Even you and I as people, the more actions we do, they're less honorable. The more we deceive ourselves to justify them. More people like us, we normally don't realize what we've done wrong until we lose something. In that way, we've both so lucky. We both came to the realization, and neither of us actually lost anyone. I know, you may be a criminal, but you're also Paris Leto. You're certainly not the person I expected you to be, but you are the person who gave me my opportunity to make a change. So, thank you.
Does that mean...
Still... If you really figured out what you did was wrong, you shouldn't be hiding out here. You should have turned yourself in. You're not bad enough as a person to kill, but you're not bad enough as a person to kill, but you're still a criminal. Is this what you'd call personal growth? Is what he said is all true? There are all sorts of guys that can spin an emotional tale. He's for real. Even though he was shaking like a leaf, I couldn't detect any abnormal heartbeats. Abnormal heartbeats? It's a new ability I've mastered. I can tell lies from the truth by finding out abnormal rhythms in a person's pulse. I've still got a lot to work on, but I'm an investigator now. Is that so? Well, that tells me one thing for certain. You're not coming back. You're right. Sorry. You should be. You should be. Glad to see it all end like this. Glad to see it all end like this. If you'd said something about blaming the world and the like, I still might have shot you. Sleep well, Paris Leto. At the very least, the stuff of nightmares is gone. When you open your eyes next, it'll be time for a new beginning. And as for me, I shouldn't drag this out any longer. Hey, Freya, actually there's this guy I like. Oh, that's the biggest surprise of the day. Our little Thena is all grown up. Are you sure he's the sort of guy you wanted focusing on only on you? I am, which is why I'm going to break up with him.
30 minutes later, Man Affairs Division. Oh, you're back.
Yes, I am.
That sure did take a while. We're just putting the kettle on. Would you like a cup of tea? I got some biscuits you like you so much too.
I'll have some later.
Alrighty then.
I just tossed out the case I was working on, but he doesn't even mention it. Then I turned down one of my favorite snacks he prepared, and he doesn't show the slightest hint of annoyance. That's why this has to happen, even though I know how good of a man you are, and despite all the feelings I have for you, the more I fall for you, the more I suspect you. Are the feelings you so openly show for me genuine, or are you just treating me like someone precious to you because you know that's what I want? I'm sorry, I just can't take it anymore. Hey, Cocky, how long are you going to keep that up?
Keep what up?
Helping people without questioning, whenever they ask for it. There must be some goal you're trying to achieve with everything, no?
I intend to keep it going as close to forever, as I can. But, it may turn out difficult after I turn 80.
Are you serious?
Yes, and there's a go, as you say, but this isn't something I'm forcing myself to do. I'd probably be doing exactly the same thing if I wasn't born a safer.
I mean, sure, probably.
If you're worried about my being used by someone you really need to concerned, I have certain boundaries set as a minimum.
I mean, that was on my mind, but truly, as that woman you're currently in a relationship with, I can't help but be jealous. I wish you'd direct all that commitment my way alone.
If you're telling me to stop, I may be able to, but,
No. I'm not saying that. I don't want to force you to stop. Honestly, it was a rather dumb thought. I know how much all this means to you. After all, I've got aspects of my own personality that no one can come to terms with. And I'm sure you hate them, but choose to hold your tongue.
I wouldn't say hate.
I see how you tremble every time I resort to use violence. I see how tremble you every time I resort to violence. I see everything.
Sorry about that.
No, from society's standpoint, I do believe that's something I should be apologizing for. But of course, this is the only way. I just can't anymore. Cookie, do me just one favor.
Of course, any time.
From now on, don't do me any more favors.
Huh? I apologize, but what is that supposed to mean?
Exactly what it sounds like. From now on, if you do me one single favor, expect a bullet hole as your payment.
From you, that doesn't sound like much of a joke.
It wasn't one. If there's a single person who's willing to help every other person in this world, wouldn't it be good for there to be at least one person he should be allowed to refuse? I'll be that person for you.
Lena, do you know what you're saying? If you're being serious right now, then everything's between us.
Right,
it would be hard to keep a relationship going. Still, in this way, I'll be a special someone for you in some regard. What do you think? Good, huh?
It's a bit unfair.
Hmm?
Lena, I need you to swear to me that you won't hurt anyone in front of me from this point on. Then I can be a special someone for you in a different regard. In that way, it becomes fair.
What are you implying? I knew it. You do hate that part of me.
You're right, I do hate it. I hate it every time you resort to it.
Good. I'm actually glad to hear that. Well then, thanks for everything. And I'll be counting on you, Brian. Back then, I was half joking when I asked you to be my boyfriend, and you only accepted because I asked. We started off on the wrong foot from the very beginning, so I want to start over. Even if things turn bad between the two of us, if you ever need me. At that time, maybe once more.
Brian, about a case you solved earlier today. Is something the matter? No, it's just the end. That reminds me of the time I first met Tina.
The end? Right, I was wondering if he was alive.
1 year ago, the CSI division of the investigations department was in charge of combing through that club's building. Why did they file a false report?
You'd said Parislito used staff to make his escape, right?
That's right, he used a wrapping cloth, with the skill allowing him to move through walls to get away.
A piece of staff that lets a person move through walls. With something like that, you could bypass any security system with ease. That would carry a threat level of at least S13.
So they filed a false report just to get their hands of it. Was it really just because of that?
I mean, I can't think of any other reason. After all, the money Lito stole found its way back to its owners. This is just a rumor. I've heard that the current chief of investigations makes it a hobby of his to collect unauthorized staff. S13 ranked staff is hard to come by.
Wouldn't it be smart to inform the bigwigs of that?
It would be of no use. The CIA unit was disbanded long ago, and the chief of investigations could sweep all that under the rug with ease. Besides, if that blew up, it could see the Man Affairs division disbanded as well, which would make things difficult for us.
That would only interfere with this project.
Indeed.
Why'd you send Thina over to that division anyways?
There was no ulterior motives hiding behind that decision. I simply thought Thina was more cut out for that work. I mean, you've only just begun to your work on the project, so it's probably hard for you to take me at my word. Don't worry, though, I won't ask you to believe in me. Speaking of Thina, is she doing well over there?
Yes, it looks like she's flourishing, and it seems like she enjoys the work she's doing too. Though, she has no idea what said work actually entails.
No need to worry about that. After all, there's no way Thina will ever find out about that. That is, if no one opens their mouth and tells her.
I have no reason to tell her.
Hey yo, don't we look uncharacteristically glum today?
When it rains, it pours. It's getting to me. And look at you. You sure are cheery for someone who just went through a breakup, no?
Indeed, it feels rather refreshing. After all, it's good luck to be able to get a fresh start before you lose something.
I see you've learned some deep words of wisdom. Is that what happens every time when they join that division? But one part does come as a surprise. Caucasus Brian. Since the two of you have broken up, you think I can have my shot with him? You scared me. You scared me. You know I was joking, right? No, that's not it. What if another woman does propose that idea? He's sure to accept it. What on earth is this supposed to mean? What on earth is this supposed to mean?
I'm talking about Brian. Whenever someone asks him to do something, he usually does it.
No way, I'm sure he's just being kind. No, it's almost 100% chance he'll accept. He did the same thing with me. You didn't know Brian was quite popular with the ladies back at the training center. However, he didn't form up a single relationship until after he graduated. Huh?
With his height, his face, and that personality of his, do you think that girls would fall all over him? No matter the level of seduction the girls threw his way, he cut them down like a knife through butter. There were even rumors he preferred men. Then what about me? Wow, you must really have little interest in other people's life, not to know about all that. Though, that does have its charms. Thina?
Oh, that's hard.
Hiccup.
Hiccup. That's the closest we're gonna get.
For the first few days at the training center, I just squatted in a corner and did nothing during free time, even when the kids around me were playing their games. It was out of regret I was doubting whether going there on my own accord was the right call. Even with all the regrets, I probably should have waited for my parents to approve. At that time, there was this blonde girl wearing a hat who struck me up a conversation with me. To be more precise, she kicked me before she started talking to me.
Hey you! How long are you gonna stay there like that? It's weird and sort of bothering me, you know? None of the kids here because they did anything wrong. But there's no going back to the life before. So they're all just trying to get used to this. Think of this as a new start and adapt. If you try and still don't like it, you can go back to squatting. You think you're the only one who those parents do their mouths? Don't pretend you're the only unhappy one here.
So Thina already had her sharp temper back then, huh? That's when I lost my cool too and piped up. I came here by my choice.
What?
She gave me a good whack to the head.
Then you weren't thrown out at all. You're the luckiest kid here.
Lucky. Such a simple idea that could only be thought by a child's mind. I never thought about it that way. I was lucky. It's rather embarrassing, but the fact that others were suffering more than me gave me the strength to keep living. The fact that some envied me. That kid. She saved me. Indeed, from that day on.
Yeah. What is it? Are you alright? Freya? I am so dumb. Everyone knows that but you. Side story 1, New Beginnings, END.
End. I hope they will continue their relationships another time. But, I am thinking of doing side story 2, but we do have all these cases. We have to go back and choose a different ending too. Yeah, we'll do this next time. Continue next time. Yeah, but I didn't expect that ending. I'm not gonna lie to you. Hey. Sorry, I'm getting burps because of my voice acting. It happens to me. But I didn't expect, basically this... Like, it's really well written, the Case 5, actually. If that makes sense. I like how much they throw us off. Like... Unlike in Case 1, Case 2, Case 3, and Case 4, where it's kind of one thing that's throwing us off, but we can still kind of get the gist of something and say, maybe it's this thing, maybe it's that thing. Case 5, you have, like, no clue. And that's, like, literally till the very end, until we found out the sergeant was the murderer. So yeah, I think that was, like, just an amazing way to write an episode, but I do think that in case 1 and case 2 there should be a side story or something between, because I mean we just kind of have case join this group, and then they have 4 cases after that, and then they're already kind of like super chummy with 2 months. So I think maybe pushing the case 1 all the way back to September and having one more in October would have been nice, because it feels like whiplash in my point of view. But yeah, oh my gosh, I love this game. They're releasing a game called Dice Eater this next few days, which I'll also plan to do after I also play the other side story. But I might jump into the Dice Eater first because well, I enjoyed the game and I kind of want to just play it instantly now. And it's new, so yeah. Thanks for joining. This was The Infected. Tomorrow, I think, depending on how it goes, we'll do Resident Evil 4, or I'll push it back up ahead, depending on how everything goes. Yeah. I hope. I can't really be too sure. But yeah, sorry, I'm just not sure about what I'm gonna do from now, but yeah, amazing game. You know what? Amazing game. We're gonna play one more time because we have to get the achievements and the side story, but it was very surprising, you know, if that makes sense. I was surprised. Yeah, I was just surprised. Yeah, it just surprised me so much. Yeah. I didn't think this game was gonna be that good, but not as good as I thought. I thought it was gonna be so good, but this is just really good. The writing, even the translations in English, I think really kind of bring the game to a kind of, what do you call it? Down to earth, I guess. It was a weird. There were weird jokes, but still, it was really, really good. Like, many people say, I think that they don't like about it, but I think it was really good, just in general. It's not short. It's kind of feels like, yeah. I don't know. The game's story was really good game, I'd say. The detective working parts that you do is not really that much that works, but I think what really works is that yeah, the stories, the writings, the how it's paced out within each case. I think one more case would have made this game just hit the spot, but I think yeah, this game really hit the right spot, I would say. I know that they're doing like a trilogy kind of game universe, I guess. But I'm a little bit concerned of how they're gonna do the next one. I've already seen the trailers. But yeah, no, I'm just a little bit concerned of how they're gonna go with it because you know, it's kind of well, actually I'll keep my opinions to it when it actually releases. So yeah, we'll play Dice Eater and the other game, I forgot what it was called, but Safer Reborn, I think? Maybe? I'm not too sure. Yeah, Safer Reborn. Within somewhere around this time. It's a side story, but well, it's within the universe, so I'll play it and maybe play some other games within the months. But for the 100% achievements, I was gonna plan to do Resident Evil 4, but I don't think I will be able to manage to have time and learn all the things. So I think we'll stop for once. With Resident Evil 4's achievements because, well, Resident Evil 4's one currently is having a big well, what do you say? Big trouble for me because it's so hard. And I've actually done practice. Well, actually, I'll talk about it in the next Resident Evil 4 stream. So, thanks for joining. This was The Infected because, I mean, you know, I don't want people to have just a weird talk about after my Safer Case stream. But thanks for joining. This was The Infected. Next time we shall do whatever we're gonna do next. Thanks for joining. This was The Infected. I'll see you guys next time.